So we're going to be live literally in seconds now. So during this time, I got an email from a gentleman who was coordinating farm compensation. It was a research project, but was also a campaign for white farmers to claim their compensation over the invasions. And some of us will remember 2009 was the period. The time was around February, March, around that time. Right at the beginning of the GNU, if not just before the GNU, and the setting back then was very it was virgin time, where white farmers, some were still on their lands, and then others were now living outside the country, and the farm invasions were still continuing. But the economy had really gone down. So this group of white farmers was after reclaiming, actually just getting their compensation. But they were also, I also got to discover from the leader of this move through the company called Valuation Consortium, that they were not just after their compensation, but they were also after restoring the economy of Zimbabwe. I got to hear it firsthand, their commitment to see a new type of agriculture system that would share farmland properties between the whites and the blacks, a model that is similar to one that was allegedly implemented in Kenya. And the gentleman who was heading this was, in fact, an originally Kenyan white, Kenyan British Rhodesian, who eventually became Rhodesian in the late 60s, early 70s. I think people remember the time when a lot of whites were chased out of that region, including the Congo, and they were chased down south. And so they became Rhodesian, but then eventually they became part of a really rich history of what Southern Rhodesia later on became. And then they became also members of the special branch, because they were it was an elite group that back then in Rhodesia was trying to preserve the little that they could from the white community of Africa, the white farming community of Africa. Because by that time a lot of countries had been pushed into independence, so they were now being managed by blacks, and so Southern Rhodesia was one of the last countries. So anyway, later on, I'm just fast forwards to around that time, 2009. So this gentleman sent me an email, and his name was Bob Fernandez. Very, very tall man. I'm quite unsuspecting. When you see him, you'd never think he's so deep. When you sit down, I remember he called me to a meal. It was a meal that we had in Ilkley, because he lived in Ilkley. Those who are in West Yorkshire, where that is, near Leeds. So yeah, my first meetings, I would take notes here and there, and then later on, I would just suck stuff into my spirit, because there was so much these gentlemen had inside their hearts. So eventually, I got introduced to several other white. I thought at first that these were actually white farmers. But I discovered later on that many of them, if not all of them, were actually members of the special branch. So this is the elite police force, the police force that was even like CIO, but right at the tip top of Rhodesia. And these were the top of the guys. And later on, I would be introduced to Dan Stannard. People will remember before Robert Mugabe died, he blamed Emerson and Dan Stannard for Gukra Hundi, when people are asking him, aren't you remorseful for what you did, the killings in Matabeleland and Midlands? And then he said, look, don't bother me. It's these two boys, Emerson and Dan Stannard. So my interactions with Dan Stannard, they were really special. And I can tell you, for several years, Dan Stannard would call me to his home. Come and meet me. And I used to wonder, why does this extremely senior CIO want to meet me? Does he want to poison me? I was a little lad in those days. I was in my 30s, early 30s. And, you can imagine, you only you're only so new to this mainstream investigative journalism, and you're being introduced to some of the most dangerous people. I mean, he could easily be working for Emerson, and to be frank with you, he was able to access a lot of files from Harare at a fingertip, just like that. So that is how connected, Dan Stannard was. So I want to quickly tell you that I learned from Dan Stannard a lot about Emerson. And I wish Mr. Emerson Mnangagwa is here. Can someone tag him, please? Ditegereo Emerson, because he's not going to deny this. Maybe, Herbert, I think we need to do another program. Sorry?
President Emerson Mnangagwa.
And the President Emerson. President Wezan. Right. But anyway, I wish if someone could tag him. Because I'm actually thinking that we could do a video, one that we could advertise in maybe a week in advance, and I would invite him if he denies these disclosures. I would also bring.
So I think we'll come for a second round, but in a minute when you are referring to this Dunstan, is he the one who disclosed the credentials and the line of how Emerson Mnangagwa moved during the liberation struggle and probably left for Zambia? Does he have those files?
He has those files. This is a man who gave me quite a lot about Emerson, and I'll give you a small glimpse. One important one that he told me was just after independence, after he had been called back into service by Emerson. He had a meeting with the Prime Minister, and this was a meeting where someone was called, and the name wasn't mentioned. Someone was called by Robert Mugabe, and when that man was called up for a meeting, Dan Stannard says, as he was walking towards the Prime Minister, Emerson started beating him, assaulting him brutally, and I have never seen anyone so heavily, brutally beaten up the way Emerson assaulted this young man in front of the Prime Minister.
Yeah, that's deep.
And when he was saying this, he breathed heavily. And then he would then tell me, you've got to come and see me. You've got to come and see me. And he lived in a place, I'll tell you right now, right, and my fire and it. Right? Okay. How many are in the UK here who know places?
Okay, right? Simba, let's do this, because your presentation is going to be long, obviously. We'll come back soon after when we hear.
I'll make it quick. Maybe let me make it quick so that
okay.
Let me shorten
so that we can call in magnitude with the sentiments as well. But we really wanted to touch on the credentials of Mnangagwa himself regarding the bombings. What was revealed to you by
I'm going to get there. Okay, I'm going to get there quickly. So Dan Stannard said this to me, and then he told me, look, you've got to come and see me. Got to come and see me. Now, there's so many other things that he told me about Emerson, which were really deeply where he discredited Emerson. And I used to wonder, is this a ploy, a trick to make me come and see him or what? But I would later on discover that other people that had interviewed him, he told them also. And one of these men, you will notice if you Google, one of the people that gave my files that he dished out to is a historian called Miles Tandy. And you'll notice Miles Tandy has written quite extensively lately about the contradictions in Mnangagwa's own biography. And that is what I'm going to quickly drop on right now, quickly. So the latest documents that Mr. George Aramba has offloaded on the internet, every one of those documents has already been discredited, not by anyone who is external, but by Mnangagwa himself. His biography that he signed states and has also got the conviction record of Rhodesia that states that Mnangagwa's conviction had nothing to do with use of explosives. That is clearly and explicitly stated. And it is through that Zimbabweans should know now that there is no truth. There cannot be, excuse me, that's better. That's a bit better, a bit more professional. There cannot be any truth in what George Charamba is posting at present. And if there's anything, he should be apologizing to Zimbabweans about what he is offloading, because it doesn't make sense. It's already been discredited by Mnangagwa himself. Number two, the issue about the age and the sentencing to death, or near sentencing to death. That is impossible. His own biographer reveals in that book. There was never anything like that. And the reason why Mnangagwa was deported to Zambia eventually was because the crime was not that serious. And there is also, lastly, what the former state security minister told me last week, if people were listening to Didmus Mutasa, which is that Mnangagwa used to be transferred to other prisons, lower ranking prisons. Didmus Mutasa says that we used to see him, he used to get transferred, which means he was in these were his words, in an inferior position than what he claims to have been. Someone who bombed a train would not have been able to be transferred abruptly, just like that, to inferior prison areas. And quite rightly, and quite confirming so, Mnangagwa actually tells the ZBC interviewer lady at the weekend footage that at one time he was woken up by women who poured water on him and told him, how could someone at the level of a terrorist be in a female prison area of Harare Central? Or someone even suspected, someone who was picked up by special branch officers who he names them. One of them who said, "Oh, Emerson, we've Takubata now. We've found you now."
Yeah, you are raising a pertinent issue, Simba. You see, I think the issue of age that you raised, it has been raised before in terms of discrepancy. That if you look at his age at the moment, 82, 83, and if you go back to 1965, 64, people have alluded to him being 21 or 22 years old. So then he couldn't be a minor, as people have been saying that there is no way that he could have escaped the death sentence because he was a minor. So there's a discrepancy to that. And also the issue that you raised concerning where you are supposed to serve his prison sentence. As a terrorist, you are supposed to go to a maximum prison like Chikurubi. Yeah, we'll come back to you, my brother Simba. Blakeney, thank you for the patience. What are your sentiments regarding this latest furore that has just happened? I will come back to you, Signor. Blakeney, are you still there? Can you hear me? Or can we go to Signor? When you are ready, then you can jump in. Yes, Signor?
Once again, thank you.
Okay. Blakeney has opened his mic. So, Signor, you will come after him. Thanks.
Okay, I'll be quick. I won't take much time here. You know, these new findings, Advocate Herbert, they do not come as a surprise, especially to us, the masses of Zimbabwe. And I know my brother ABM tried to say it's an internal thing. Yeah, it's fine. It can be internal because ZANU-PF has been in power since the dawn of time, since the dawn of independence. We have never known any other political party leading the government in Zimbabwe, apart from ZANU-PF. So he can call it what he wants. But here is the thing. It's just that when are we going to stop rewriting the history in Zimbabwe? Because we are not sure, because they have a tendency when they want to dismiss each other. Remember, we had a similar case of Maimujuru, who was the whole vice president. We all grew up believing that Vakado needs a kopo. And when the people started falling out, you know, Maimujuru needs a kopo. All of a sudden, we had to start all over again, rewriting history. So it's a thing, Chatakwita, but it's an advantage to all of us because these politics, the gloves. And then whoever is coming up with this is playing politics. Whether it's politics at play, we are just yet to verify each you know. But at the end of the day, tukunyoreswa history pacha and zvakutipa mibvunzo yakawandisa kuti saka ZANU-PF, you know, yatinogara tichityikidzirwa because the liberation struggle haichazive kuti tiimbrese tichifunga kuti zvakatiunzira rugare. Chatova chinhu chinoshandiswa kutityikidzira everyday kuti moda kuitora neballpoint takaiunza nepfuti, but tozoona kuti zvakaitwa ikokoko chaizvo hapana zvatinogara tichiudzwa. Taakutozoda kutobelieve the narrative yekuti iyi yakauya nema-negotiations nyika. It did not come through the barrel of the gun. But at this moment, I would say, Advocate Headbet, let it play. The guy vakanzurani pamwe zvingatisvitse patiri kufanira kusvika sevana veZimbabwe, because we've been held at ransom for people claiming some credentials vakatiitira chirambo Arnold Schwarzenegger kind of liberation yatinoona mumafirimu. If it's not real, pamwe zvingangotipawo courage to re-liberate ourselves, because we can't have people replacing the oppressor and continuing oppressing us as the people, and then we should just accept it because they ride on the ticket yekuti takakusunungurai, you know. So they must bring it back, and we want to re-liberate ourselves. Many thanks.
Thank you, Blanchard. Signor, from Zimbabwe,
Advocate Herbert, I'm going to need to go, but thank you very much. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait, Simba, don't go away, Simba.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask
Simba. Simba, usatize. Pane zvawataura ndoda kuti uende ndabata content. Wati wewe last week you were told something by somebody high profile. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, just go and check my interview with Didmus Mtas.
No. Let's have it short. Don't save our time. You were told something by the Minister of State. Is that so?
Former Minister of State.
Owen Muda.
Were you listening? I said Didmus.
Okay. Let me say, guys, this is a discussion. Thank you, Simba. It's a lead to the story. It's not about Baba Shona, it's about the caliber of people, the culture that we've become. Simba, allow me to say positively, don't take it personal. I have very serious questions about you and anybody who reluctantly can share secretive information. We have a privilege to speak to these people of high authority, be it former Minister of State or Defense, because from what I know, my system understanding, once a system, part of a system, you're always a system. You do not go around in the clubs, bar, would you go to Wanyama leaking internal secrets. For the simple reason that we are discussing here, because the ripple effect, which I think, Advocate, we need to talk about it, it can cause a very serious security risk. It can create serious factions. It can create havoc, and it can put somebody into serious trouble for sharing because they sign under oath to say they will never, until they die, they are under surveillance, they will never share any. So I have a problem, and you or anybody, sharing direct privilege information. And whether you get my numbers, which again is very problematic, you can't. You cannot. As you live, Zimbabwe, in a hurry, I want to be very patriotic, unapologetic. I'm an apolitical Zimbabwean. I'm not perfect. But let's talk about this seriously and understand the deep concerns I have, you have, so we can close the gap. The effect it has on us, all of us, is what I'm highlighting here. Now, the country called Zimbabwe does not belong to ZANU-PF. The country called Zimbabwe belongs to Mnangagwa. I'm saying this in response to the sentiments, not that I'm taking away someone's rights. But I want to make sure we understand that if someone is saying Advocate David, correct my comrades. Because I say unless if I'm misplaced that we are talking of a presidency, a very critical person here in the government which belongs to the nation which is made out of me, you, and all of us. It is my business. In fact, again, even if it's party politics business, ZANU-PF business is my problem, because by virtue of it being ruling party, their decisions, I'm not ignorant. I don't close my ears. I want to know because by order, if they're a ruling party, if I care less what they do, it will affect me tomorrow. They implement and influence my policies. So, Advocate Rabbit, I refuse totally. And I'm agitated, though I cannot stop anyone from talking, to say in my presentation, maybe let me bring awareness to you. How honestly could you dare anybody who speaks to this thing that is Shapora? Shapora is it shouldn't happen like that. It shouldn't. And we should question Signora, we should question Herbert, Nyangwati Hoster, we should question anybody. Our discussion, in my view, should be an opportunity to look at things, as sober people, not just talk patriotism. Do we have a shared understanding, is my question to you, Advocate. A shared understanding of what a system is, of the predicament, how detrimental incidences of this nature is not the only one. Do we have an understanding how it can grossly affect the nation going forward?
Yeah.
Do you want to be president adopting a system which is broken, which is porous?
I heard your concern when you say information which is so secretive like this cannot or should not be shared like a basically like that. But I think it could be shared if it's shared. It speaks to broken trust. Does it not also speak to implosion within the political party itself? I'm sure you are saying it must not be shared, but if it is being shared, I don't know how you see it, Simba. If it is being shared, does it not speak to broken trust and implosion within the system itself or within the political party?
Just to I don't know why he says that Mnangagwa's background that he's announcing on ZBC being debated, details around it, is a security. Should not be disclosed because the security. I don't get it. I also don't get it when he tells me that I should not have access to people who are in state security and people who are in power, like Emerson and his wife. And so maybe I need to pack what Senior is saying. I need to pull back and just be.
I presume on a public space, it's a question which I can respond.
I'm still speaking. Yeah, so I'm just saying, judging by what you've said, because it's not the first time that you've said this before.
If it's a question, let it be a question.
So I thank you for your question. So that is what I'm answering you, right?
I'll answer it after you are done, Simba.
So you seem to suggest that I shouldn't share these secrets. I'm not a state operator. I don't work in state security. If I worked in state security, then I shouldn't be sharing.
Oh, let me tell you, eloquent. You could be. I could be.
No, okay, whatever it is, assuming I am.
What we are
Assuming I
talking
am
about
someone who
is
works
the
in state
privilege.
security, and I'm
We are
bringing
talking
you.
of the privilege. We are talking of the privilege, which goes back to the question.
Signor, just like you said that you are going to respond to him after he's done with his presentation. So allow him to respond as you raise the question, and then after him, then you can put on why probably you are saying you might suspect that he is working with the state agents or so. But allow Simba to then explain himself why he can manage to access this and why it's very, very important. So Simba, you can go ahead then without interruption. Then after that, you are only two speakers on the podium at the moment, and then you can respond. Thanks. Simba, you can continue. Simba might be struggling with his mic at the moment or the audio.
Oh, sorry, I'm back.
Simba,
I'm back now. I'm back now. Yeah. So my career, just so Signora knows, and I'm hoping that I rest this matter once and for all, because Signora seems to keep always repeating this statement every time I share something. So you're right. So number one, for 26 years, my career is split into two, but it's the same, just about the same thing. I am a professional who has worked in risk management. And this is risk management in insurance companies. I investigate risk and I publish risk since 1999 to protect the welfare of companies and the people at large. That is my first entry into investigative journalism. And then from 2005, I enrolled for my first course in broadcasting after relocating to the UK. And that was in Northampton. And from there on, I furthered my education and professional career in investigative journalism and broadcasting. Right up to this time, this is what I have been doing. I've never worked for state security at any time. Neither do I have a wish to work for state security. I investigate risk, particularly risks to people, risks to companies. And because of my profile since 99, I get access to almost anyone at any time. At any time. Generally, most of the time. And it's a privilege that I have, also working because I am someone who has got a moral agenda to strengthen the human family with information. It's a moral agenda. Someone could call it a spiritual agenda. And through that, I have a no holds barred commitment to ensuring that I treat every human being fairly. And I level the playing field for every human being, whether a person is rich or poor. So whenever I get access to someone or something that could help to protect you, Signoro, or so and so and so and so, or improve your standing, I try my best to alert people and to equip people with information. So, for instance, since 2014, Mr. Emerson Mnangagwa has been announcing, on video, Didmus Mutasa betrayed ZANU-PF, betrayed the president, betrayed ZANU. He handed over the country to Changirai. He wiped clean his office for new occupants to come in. He even relocated to his rural home because he thought that ZANU-PF is now destroyed. He concluded the ZANU-PF is now destroyed. And he has been announcing that he is the one who introduced a new election outcome for ZANU-PF in the 2008 elections. And so these videos are there publicly. No one in the Zimbabwe community, or at least as I know, maybe if there's someone else, please let me know, has confronted Mr. Mnangagwa over this. And no one has confronted Didmus Mtasa over this. When I discovered, however, that Didmus Mtasa had a birthday 2 weeks ago, I took opportunity to greet him and say, happy birthday, Mtasa. But can you also address the allegations that you betrayed ZANU-PF and you betrayed the country? And Didmus Mtasa was happy to address the allegations against him by Mr. Mnangagwa. And the addressing of these allegations are not dealing with the country. They're not dealing with any breach of state security. If there's anyone who has breached state security, it is actually Mr. Mnangagwa and Mr. Robert Mugabe, who revealed the results, the real election results. Didmus Mtasa is only answering to his own personal accusation against his own person and character. Period. And his answers could provide clues to every Zimbabwean about what happened in 2008 around him personally. What did he do? Did he betray ZANU-PF? He must be such a horrible man. He's truly a Gamatox man. A man who was poisonous, as was accused by Mnangagwa. So, Mutasa is not breaching any state security, let alone ZANU-PF security. He's just talking about himself on his birthday. I took advantage of his birthday because it's not easy to talk to these seniors. So when I did that, I brought what I brought to the people. It's the same thing. When Auxilia Mnangagwa had an award given her in India and she had traveled to India, I contacted her upon her return to Zimbabwe. And I wanted to say, congratulations, Mama, you now have an award. I took advantage of an opportunity. I wasn't breaching, I wasn't trying to make a breach any state security, but I took advantage of that opportunity to talk to her about her qualifications for such an award. And fortunately, she called me via video from inside her home. And I recorded that video call. It was a privilege that I took advantage of, so that the issues that I was raising with her, which are not state security, they are civilian security issues. A first lady who behaves in the manner that she is doing. And furthermore, a first lady who calls another man on video call. Isn't that a matter of civilian security? Doesn't that show you? So there's no state security there. There's just concern.
I think you have done justice to
Thank you.
To the question, and I'm
hoping it really lands, because Signor keeps repeating this thing, and if he seems to forget my both my professional role, also my moral role as a human being, another human being in a community of humans.
And what I wanted to say is, I don't think we should be unfair to you to put you on a personal defense. On a space we are talking about Mnangagwa, and we can end up digressing to focus on your person when we are supposed to be talking about the fake Mnangagwa credentials that were posted by one Baashona, and then George Charamba seconded him by then propagating this very same fake document. So our focus is not on Simbachi Kanza's person or his credentials, it's on Mnangagwa. And we wouldn't want to go back to Simbachi Kanza and digress on Simbachi Kanza's person. I think you've put justice to that. And I would want to benefit from you. You were talking about Dunstan and what was revealed. And there are some important issues that I want us to focus on, listeners. the issue of age, which was raised, that at that time of the bombing, according to Mnangagwa's age, he couldn't have been 15 at that moment. So it becomes a folk story to say that he escaped the death sentence because he was a minor. That's a very important thing that was raised. Obviously, the document we have here, which was circulated by Shona, is very easy to pick that it's a fake document. It was doctored. And the question is, why would an individual who aligns themselves to ZANU-PF see the need to post this fake document? For what purpose do they want to do this? And does it not put the office of the presidency at a risk of being shamed, and also as a security risk itself? And for us to start questioning the credibility of ZANU-PF history, liberation war history. So I'm interested to come back to that, but if we can just hear Taxi and Signoro, please, if you can make time, Simba, so that I come back to you to talk about the Dunstan
absolutely
issue.
I think we need to clear time.
So advocate, without wasting time, I think it's, in all fairness, in just a minute I'll respond. I know Simba's profession. I don't know.
Yeah, I have to go. I appreciate Signor.
But Signor, what we want to do now is we are digressing. As I'm saying, as I'm directing this space, we risk the issue of focusing on Simba Chikanza. The reason why we open this space is to focus on Mnangagwa's credentials rather than Simba Chikanza's credentials. So can we put that to rest? If probably then you need to you guys to discuss on Simba Chikanza's credentials and what you have been questioning about him. We could do that.
I will agree, but it's very unfair, especially when I wanted to respond briefly. Let me close my mic.
No, but it's not unfair, Signoro, to the space, because the reason why we open this space is about Mnangagwa. So I'm redirecting this space to question Mnangagwa's credentials so that we don't digress. So if you are not ready to come in on that aspect, let's go to Taxi Driver. Then Simba Chikanza can finish the Dunstan files. Thanks.
Thanks, Herbert. My question to you, if you allow me just to engage with you just for a minute or so, because when you say fake, what is the basis of this fake statement? When you say it's fake, the fake document, what's fake about it?
Okay, thank you. If you watch what I've attached to on top on the Jumbotron, and for the benefit of the listeners that might not be seeing this document, number one, I put in the issue of the font. The modern day font which was used with the name Emerson is different from the font which was being used by the typewriter at that moment. We have already put that to the test of technology, and the technology has already confirmed that. Number two, there's no government warrant that gets written with a first name only. It doesn't happen like that. Anywhere in the world, anywhere in government offices, you put somebody's name and surname. Number three, when you put something like that, where you put Emerson, the person who doctored this document forgot that there was a style of writing. The style of writing, which is there despite the disparity in the font, was that the person who was typing everything first with a capital letter, followed with small capital letters. The person who doctored this document forgot about that. Despite the issue of the font, which is definitely different, he or she puts capital letters, which is a deviation from the style of this document. Any educated person who is not a propagandist will be able to agree to what I'm talking about. Thank you.
That's the whole point in engaging, right? So that we see things maybe from the same viewpoint. We go back, we analyze what we're consuming. Because for me, that is the first time I'm seeing it. Not first time, but seeing the first document, its first issue. But your issue around the fonts, we also see the 8765. It's a different font. It's in
pen form. When you talk of the capital letters, some people write in capital letters, some people may not write in capital letters. People interchange their writing or font types that they use at every 10. I'm sure if I pick up your dissertation, I'm sure you've submitted a few.
No.
I'll pick up a lot of. But
no.
Hold on.
Yeah. You said we're engaging. Before
I allowed you to speak.
Yes,
let me make my point.
Make your point. Make your point.
Yeah, let me make my point. Yeah, let me make my point. I actually asked a question, which is a tool of inquiry. I'm not coming here to push any propaganda, right? While I appreciate your points that the fonts may be different, right? But it is immaterial to the originality of the document. Font type, font size, caps or no caps is immaterial to the document. While I will agree with you that a document of this nature should have a surname, how many Emersons do we have, right? On that point, I agree with you, right? But in terms of font size, that's immaterial. I write my document. Sometimes I use caps when I want to shout to people, right? Sometimes I use it deliberately. Sometimes I type people's names with caps or no caps, depending on how I'm feeling that day, how much pressure I'm under. So really to reduce the document to font type and font sizes, of course, there is questionable grounds here to say the font types have changed. Can someone explain? That's a good point you're raising.
Okay, can I come in? You say you missed some certain issues. That's why I wanted to jump in so that we can converse.
Please. You know me. I will concede where I think it doesn't make sense. I'm one to.
Let me put where you missed. The font that is used on the document, the original document, purported original document, is by a typewriter. That's where you missed. The small font is put by a typewriter, and it's old. Number 2, it's old font. Number 3, the person then who alters this document uses a new font which is computer generated. So there is a deviation from the typewriter font to a computer generated font.
I asked the question to you, Herbert.
Hold on. So your presentation or defense to try to say one can move from one font to the other in during typing, it's misplaced because you are talking of a typewriter, which is a different gadget, and to a computer.
That's where I actually want to make my point. To that very point, I say, how do you know one is computer generated and one is not computer generated?
If you were listening, I told you. And hold on. I told you, and I've attached there that this thing has been put to the test, an AI test, to look listen. This thing has been put to the test. Number 1, that's typewriter font. Number 2, that is computer generated. So one was not moving from typewriter to a computer. And secondly, hold on. Why are you fidgeting? You said you're going to give me time to react to you.
I'll mute.
Yes. So one cannot move from a typewriter to a computer. And secondly, as we said, the error which you have agreed yourself, in addition to this argument, is that a government office does not raise a warrant without a surname. So whoever has presented this document falls flat in the argument that this document is for Emerson Mnangagwa. It does nothing to justify the idea that Emerson Mnangagwa was arrested at this moment. And thirdly, it's recorded by the Herald, the BBC News, and other channels have taken it up through interviews and narrations that Emerson Mnangagwa was not submitted to Fort Victoria prison. So a lot of irregularities are there. He was at Salisbury prison. He was not at Fort Victoria. So there are a lot of irregularities which are there on this document. You can raise your defense and then we can move on to Senior and Simbachikazi. Thank you.
I'm not in court. I'm not in court. I'm just questioning.
No, you're not in court. You are on Herbert National Affairs Fair.
But now you're interfering. Let me speak. Right. Thank you.
You can speak.
Yeah. Thank you. If you can mute your mic. Yeah. Thank you. Right. I am not in court. That's number one for sure. I'm not defending anything here. Right. I'm presenting an alternative view. Right to yours. Right. And I'm not challenging your view. I'm just saying, let's consider all other things that may be possible. AI hallucinates, right? Casting a huge discrepancy to your point that you're making, that you've used AI. It is known, there are research papers published. It's a data-driven model that can, in a lot of cases, mislead you. It has misled a lot of people. AI has hallucinations. It's actually a concept that the academic research community, tech research community is grappling with. Right? There are papers in courts. AI has been put a test in courts because of its accuracy. Right? Garbage in, garbage out. Right? So that is immaterial. Your point is null and void that you make, that it has been your conclusion is driven by AI analysis. While it might aid your decision and get us closer to look at this handwriting, it remains fundamentally fault even with 1% of hallucination. So that may, if you want to take your approach of court, and I know you like courts, it's not admissible at this stage until we have conclusive evidence that AI is accurate in its analysis. Right? These models can be manipulated to tell you whatever they want. They now read context sometimes and know that it's Herbert who is putting this question to it. Herbert's views are known. It gives you a response that is aligned to Herbert's views. It's been doing it here on these spaces. So I'll retire that one to you, and I'm sure you will come back. I know you, Herbert. And then the issue around authenticity of the document. Yes, I appreciate people may try to put the documents there, but until we are presented with the original documents, have handwriting or typewriting, experts look at it, right? Triangulate that with other factual information. For example, the detention of this individual, where they were detained, the time, the age on the document. Does the record of this docket actually exist? Because I'm sure we are good at record keeping as a nation. Does it actually exist? In what form? Who kept it? There are other records that are also kept by the British. I'm sure people can ask these questions and find out whether this detention was an authentic one. So, Herbert, at the moment, the authenticity of the document remains in the middle, whether it's fake or accurate. There is no conclusive information that you're providing that debunks the authenticity of the document. Neither there is information that confirms that it is an accurate document. So I remain neutral. I remain unconvinced that it is fake. I'm more inclined to say it is accurate. So yeah, that's where I end, Herbert.
Thank you so much, taxi driver.
Can I just answer this gentleman before I go?
Yeah, I'll give you Simba. One cannot say I'm accurate and then say I'm neutral and then say it's accurate. It's a paradox. So it's not possible for somebody to remain neutral and then to conclude that something is accurate. So before I go to Simba, I'm going to hammer on what taxi driver evaded. One, this document does not speak of Emerson Mnangagwa. It speaks of an Emerson. We don't know who this Emerson is. It cannot be an admissible document in a court of law to prove that Emerson Mnangagwa was incarcerated at Fort Victoria with just a name Emerson typed in bold capital letters. It's not admissible.
You know what?
Secondly, I'll come to you,
2,000 years ago, 20 centuries ago.
Yeah, I'll come to you as I'm going to land now. I'll come to you now.
Okay.
Just a minute. Secondly, the owner of the story himself speaks of being an underage at the age of 15. That's how he escaped the death sentence. But right now he's 83. And when you go back to that age, he speaks that he escaped because he was underage when he committed this crime. There's a loophole, there's a discrepancy in his own statement, His Excellency. Because by that time, he should have been 21, 22 when he committed the crime, which is above the legal age of majority. So there are holes already in his own submission, His Excellency. And number three, as I said, what taxi driver failed dismally to defend is that a government document is not typed in the first name of the accused. It is typed with your full names. So how authentic does the document become? It is not authentic. So let's go to Simbarashe.
Yeah, thank you very much on that. Do you need AI? Do you even need AI to tell you that the document is discredited? It cannot in any way amount to an indictment document. Even according to standards of 30 centuries ago. 30 centuries ago, there are documents where indictments were recorded against certain people. Those indictments would have a person's first name and their surname. And they would tell you, for instance, Paul of Tarsus. It would have a full description of who you are. Why is it that in the age of technology of the British Rhodesia level, you have only one name there, a first name? How is that? But most importantly, let us compare this particular document with the one that was supplied by Mnangagwa himself just 4 years ago on video. If you Google the launch of the biography by Mnangagwa himself as he was signing, which he himself launched with his biographer, that indictment that is there, it has got opposite records. It has got totally contradictory records to the one that has been supplied now. So does a person even need AI? Do they need grok to show that what is being thrown here by Twitter characters like Bashona and Jamanda is discredited by the man himself, by the source himself, the originator himself? So until maybe he himself, Mnangagwa, comes and says, this is my document, not even Jamanda, he himself, Mnangagwa, says, you know what, this is me. This document is authentic. You cannot even talk about those documents. So it's not grok. It is himself, Emerson Mnangagwa, who himself was discredited these documents. And so I'm hoping that this can be put to rest. I really need to go, but I'm so happy to have participated in this discussion. I think more needs to be dug into this matter. And judging from what I'm hearing from a lot of people, folks, the development it does point more to a security threat than anything else. More so how it directly discredits two important people. I mean, excuse me, Mnangagwa's statements lately discredit two people, and this particular one, he discredits the founder of Zimbabwe, Michael Mawema, the man who actually deleted the Rhodesian name from the world map, Michael Mawema. The man who is on video with Herbert Chitepo voting and announcing that the country is going to be called Zimbabwe. Mnangagwa says, this man is the one who betrayed me. From my recollection, this is the first time in history such a thing is being done, that Mnangagwa accuses Mr. Michael Mawema as the traitor who supposedly sold him out to the special branch after bombing a train. This seems to be that Mnangagwa is deleting from the pages of the history of Zimbabwe the name Michael Mawema. So in the future, the person who is going to be an authentic founder of Zimbabwe is going to be Emerson Mnangagwa and Michael Mawema. Between Mnangagwa and Michael Mawema, who is on video, by the way, Michael Mawema is not just on picture, he is on video. And his contributions to the founding of Zimbabwe are corroborated by multiple sources, historians, and former Politburo, late Politburo members, including Edson Jobo. And there's even a book about Mike Mawema and so many other sources. So between Michael Mawema, who was there together with Herbert Chitepo and Damaningi Stole, between Michael Mawema and Emerson Mnangagwa, who is authentic, who must be deleted from the pages of Zimbabwean history? Because someone is being deleted there, one of the other. In this era, Mnangagwa is deleting one person called Michael Mawema, after failing to delete Didmus Mutasa, who has since come out and spoken himself and challenged Mnangagwa. Mnangagwa has jumped now. He is wanting to delete from the history books Mr. Michael Mawema. So who should be deleted from the history books? And why?
How old was Emerson Mnangagwa in 1964 and 1965?
I'm going to answer that one. I'm going to come back to that. I want to end on this issue of Michael Mawema. Why is Mnangagwa, what is motivating Mnangagwa to want to delete Michael Mawema, a man who deleted Rhodesia from the world map? Is it a burning desire to correct history and reveal a betrayer, a traitor? Or Mnangagwa himself is the traitor? It can only be one or the other. It's either Michael Mawema is the traitor here, or Mnangagwa is, because one has to be or is being deleted. And it seems to be that this is where Mnangagwa becomes, or this development becomes, a serious threat to security, a threat to the existence of Zimbabwe as a country. What he did at the weekend, including revealing that he was in inferior prison areas. He was even among women at Remand Prison. I take workers. Right? Yeah, this signifies that look, there's something way more serious than just a ZBC interview at the weekend. I'm done, Herbert. I'm happy and I'm so glad to have participated in this, folks. Let's keep the conversation going. I'm hoping soon I can host a whole full video, and Herbert, we can come together and do a full video broadcast of this. Well, I will also invite Mnangagwa to come up and answer to these things, because iskuzopera manje watanga igai why vanofanira kuexplaina Mnangagwa. Chavainvita ivo, chavainvita vamutasa, chavainvita varugare gumbo also, who was part of the Dare Rechimurenga, and a few other people who are senior. Tokwanisa kumbonyatsoonzwa kuti chii chaicho chiri kuitika, because someone is being deleted here. Is it fair to delete? Is it right to delete Michael Mawema? Or the person who is deleting Michael Mawema is the one who needs to be deleted from the history books? I'm done.
Thank you. Shumba, let me bring in Shumba before we come back to you. Tongesai, you've spoken already. So I'm bringing in Shumba. You're only two speakers on the podium. Shumba, how old was Emerson Mnangagwa in 1964? And which prison did he serve in?
Yeah, but I just want to give you a point.
Yeah, you will give me the point once we are done with Tongesai.
I'm about.
Tongesai, do you want to give in to taxi driver? If he allows you, no, then you can jump in.
Yes, let him jump in.
Yeah, but after this reading, after my presentation, I'll send you a snippet of my title deed, right? That was handed over to me by my grandfather, right? All official documents, names on government documents have capital letters, right? Names of places and names of people. Even in the middle of the sentence, they move, the whole name is in capital letters. So your point around capital letters, small cats and everything, while I agree with you on other things, is redundant. I can send you this title document executed in 1982, November, September.
Does it have a surname?
It has names. Some areas it just has a first name. Some areas it has a surname.
Okay, so there is
on the surname, Herbert. I'm not questioning you on the surname, right? I did not question you on the surname. I would also want to see the surname because how many Emersons? Which Emerson is being referred to? I can't just say Herbert. Which Herbert? I agree with you. I'm not that daft. But when we look at the structure of the document and you are pushing a point around capital letters, I have to remain accurate and tell you that documents during that time were typed names the capital letters. So the interchangeability of capital letters to non-capital letters is a redundant argument. But a more valid argument is around we can't have just a name Emerson and not have the surname. Which one is being referred to? That one I agree with you. And the age one, I mean, I cannot question that. I need to work out my numbers as well. But the fundamental point that you made earlier, that the typewriter, the font type and everything, that's immaterial, to be honest with you. You know this, Herbert. People have Arial point 12, and then they have Gothic point 1 in their documents. Errors do happen. People do change font types at any point. Herbert, the capital letters, I disagree with you. The surname, I also want to know why there's no surname. So that's the point I wanted to make. If you want to see the font types in this deed, I can send you if you want to.
Okay, thank you, Taxi. You can send to me. Thank you for that minute. I think Taxi has done justice to at least agree that this document cannot be admissible as in a court of law or anywhere which is official, which can.
No, I haven't said that. We don't know
which can prove that. No, you just said which Emerson. So this can be admitted as Emerson Mnangagwa. This is what you agreed to. So I don't know where we are disagreeing. This can't prove that this is Emerson Mnangagwa. This is an Emerson. So I don't see where this
it may not be
disagreement
admissible, Ebert, but it can be accurate. It can be a real document.
No, we are not talking about it can. We are now putting it under the microscope to prove that this is Emerson Mnangagwa. It does not do that. What it does, it speaks of an Emerson, right? Secondly, you keep on coming. Before I go to Tongesa, you had asked for a minute. You keep on coming to the issue of Gothic font and whatever. This is a typewriter. This is a typewriter which was being used. It's not a computer. So the Gothic, the Times, Roman Times, Romans, I don't know where it is coming in on a typewriter. So, Shumba, can you come in?
Oh, thanks, Simboti. Ndasingazuti Simboti imof.
I want the Simboti. It's just a mistake. She's making a mistake.
Maiwonaga.
And I won.
Right. indipinda panyaya muri kukwesena age. Amene kuti muri kuti age yaita sei? Because the reason to avoid that death was because the law yaita you cannot execute anybody under the age of 21. So date of birth presented in court, in original date of birth, I mean, the bigger variations, but what we know is these people could trick and say, actually, it's something that was discovered, you were underage, you cannot be sentenced to death. Because younger is not the age of majority, but there was a clause, under 21 cannot be executed. Right. Then coming back to your issue, warrant of committal.
Yeah, before you go to the issue of warrant of committal, I wanted to make something. Let's make something clear on the side.
Right.
What is called a legal age of majority is a demarcation of a certain age where you become a major. You are no longer a minor. And at that time, it was 21 at that given time. So there's no questions to whether the issue of minor or not minor was not raised. So 21, which was later reduced to 18, was the legal age of majority. And anyone who is below 21 at that moment was a minor. Just like in the same way, anyone who was below 8, who is below 18 right now is a minor. I hope we've clarified that. Thanks.
Oh yeah, thank you. Don't mention 15, something like that.
No, okay, let me clarify. What I was saying is, if you go back to 1964, Emerson Mnangagwa was not a minor in 1964. That's what I was telling you. If you look at Emerson Mnangagwa's age, and if you do simple mathematics of subtracting, Emerson Mnangagwa is not a minor in 1964. And then secondly, there's no way Emerson Mnangagwa can dupe the courts of law by presenting any other document from somewhere, because this is the government which keeps national records where he was when he was actually born, and then he was then documented. They have those documents. So the issue of trying to lie about age does not arise as well, because in the court they have wait, just 30 seconds. I'll allow you. The documentation was done by the government of Rhodesia, so they are privy to the age of Emerson Mnangagwa, how old he is. So you can't dupe the officials because they are privy to this documentation. They are the ones who document you. So if we subtract Emerson Mnangagwa's age back to 1964, he's not a minor. You can come in now.
Right. The time you commit offense, the age of Emerson is below the age of 21. That saves him. Ndo ininda ngopindira panyaya age because ndanzwa muchimenshena 15. Ndikati akosimboto vanokumenshena 15. Ndibva ndataura ngati let me just remind him at that particular time the reason yekomita yokuti asasentenswa to death was because anga ari under the age of 21.
Shumba, are you deliberately missing my point?
No, Tererai Munzwe Kamkom. That I'm answering to the question. You could at that particular time when the offense was committed, anga are under 21, but imimi Mama mentioned the age 15.
How old was he?
Pandaku Cape Chai.
How old?
That Cape Chai 15 years.
Okay, ask me where I'm getting the 15. I'll answer you. We have listened to the ZANU-PF narrative over and over again that Emerson Mnangagwa was 15 when he committed the offense. Therefore, it lays credence to the issue of the underage. That's why I am referring to 15. I'm not being funny. I'm going back to the chronicles of ZANU-PF people who have repeatedly said this boy was 15 when he committed the offense. And then I'm pointing to you now that if you take 83 and when you go back to 1964, he is 21.
So you're
And,
using hearsay
and
to make
when
your
he's 21, when he's 21 like that, how does he become underage? Okay, let's remove the issue of 15. It could be 16. It could be 17. It could be 18. It could be 19. He could have been 20. In 1964, he's not underage. Because underage in 1964 is when you are under 21. Shumba.
Look here, let's not go to that argument because you don't know. In just this is in that capture 15. They were not going to execute him. No, that white 21 and below cannot be executed.
No,
That
Mutemo 21. Wait. Mutemo ngati munhu ari 21 and below. Mutemo waiti munhu ari under 21. Because the moment you are 21, you are not a minor.
Right. We can now move on to the warrant. Right. Looking at that warrant, where is the president arrested?
What does the warrant say? What does the warrant say?
No, I mean, point pakasungirwa kupi. That's why I want to talk about this warrant.
Makatarisa warrant yacho pindurai.
This warrant is raised in Fort Victoria. And but President wakasungirwa muHarare. So this warrant yadzokera ku Fort Victoria because of a reason. Kondo kune jurisdiction kwakaparwa Moswa. Mazona. Iye asungwa ku Harare, but Moswa aipara ariko ku Fort Victoria. Now, warrant of committal. This warrant of committal sokona kwangu is raised by two offices. Is forwarded to Fort Victoria for the authorities with jurisdiction of Fort Victoria to authenticate it. Ndo ane Moswa. Hence you see my different fonts. That can also, it's a suggestion like the way you suggest with the e-computer. That could also mean or there was room that these people used two different types of typewriters that can make different fonts. You understand me, Papa?
I'm not understanding you.
Right. Warrant munhu akadetainwa ku Harare. Moswa yapariwa ku Fort Victoria. Ndokune jurisdiction yacho. Vanhu vane authority to request detention yomunhu vanhu vaparirwa Moswa, jurisdiction of Fort Victoria. Saka the warrant is raised ku Harare, transmitted to Fort Victoria for authentication kuti ndimaparirwa Moswa. Saka munhu ari kudetainwa under your authority, sign a warrant, authenticate it. Then ndo patinoona ma different fonts awa kuti originally rareiziwa uko yakuzonopedziswa kunyorwa kune imwe jurisdiction, and there was no one type of typewriter. I remember mazuva ndakaonawo typewriter kwaitova nematypewriter akati one day different types that could give different fonts.
So you are saying in Harare they deliberately left off where the name was supposed to be so that it can be completed. Why would they conveniently? Why would they conveniently leave out the name if they could type all the details?
The arresting office is in Nangirikirika yaparirwa Moswa, Fort Victoria. They have to identify their person. Kuti munhu wamuri kuchaja uyu ndiye here, isaizita romunhu wamuri kuchaja wamuri da kucommit.
Aiwa ko munhu ari kuendeswa ndiani? Ari kuitwa handed over from Salisbury. Ndiani? Are you telling me that the document could accompany the prisoner without a name? Come on, Chumba.
I do know that Hebet would and Hebet, you know, I would Hebet. Namwana Seguru Vasina ma Sene Vangon Simeon, Urwinda Qua Simeon. It's also a possibility here. And but it's actually very
Aiwa,
interesting.
anoti Mnangagwa surname yake teizia shamwari. Ndokupindura kuti agomberi ndokupindura. Anoti Mnangagwa.
But what I bet evidence here is admissible. But you're making your substantive argument based on what you hear people say. I heard someone saying he was 15, he was 16. Come on, Hebert, you can't be doing that as a lawyer.
We have simply alluded that as reference, as an inference to underage. That's why I said it could be 16, it could be 17, it could be 18, it could be 19, and the cutoff is 20. The argument is underage. That's the argument.
Yeah, but you
can't
make your substantive argument based on hearsay. You can't.
No.
You're referring to what you heard from
is President Mnangagwa hearsay? Are you saying the narrative of President Mnangagwa is hearsay himself?
Was he under oath?
No. I'm asking you a question. Are you saying
he under oath?
No, he was not in court.
Okay. So
he made a submission to say he was underage. Now, we are scrutinizing the idea and the fallacy of an Emerson Mnangagwa who is underage. And what we are doing now, taxi driver, let's appreciate it. We are disparaging that narrative of an underage Emerson Mnangagwa in 1964. This is what we are simply doing.
Based on what?
Based on his narrative. His narrative is what we are dismissing. His own
narrative, right?
Yes, we are dismissing it.
Will narrative change from time to time?
His narrative, he has not changed it, and we are dismissing it, and we are questioning it. That say you were not underage in 1964. So if you are not underage in 1964, it puts to question your own claim that you did this crime and you were sentenced to death. But since you were sentenced to death, you were underage and you escaped. We question.
The date of birth presenter.
Who registered Emerson Mnangagwa's birth?
Who told you Tanga in registered?
No, my question is who registered Emerson? Who told you he didn't have?
No,
I'm putting it back to you again. Who told you you didn't have?
Okay, I want to debunk your idea. Yokuti iwewe anga ari kuti panga paine registration atina proof yacho. And if you can look at it, during those days, a lot of people
were going unregistered.
Vanhu vazhinji paiva registration types. Ukuthi munhu waizotonoregister wakusvika kutsvaga chinonzi tikinyana. I don't know if it was there by then. Wakuda kunotsvaga basa. So a lot of black people, kana wanga wasingadi registration for a particular purpose, it was not important. So we don't know kuti anga ari registered here kana kuti anga asina. Ndopandotini the date of birth that was presented to sort of verify identity could have given a different date of birth. But what is his true date of birth is Siso Akampireka Tinomuziva, 1942.
Okay. Remember, can I ask you a question? No. I want to ask you a question. You go ahead with your presentation.
Already, I
want to ask you a question on presentation. Can you take us through the steps on arrest, and you are taken to court, and you are going to present the date of birth when you are not registered, which will convince officials to be gullible enough to say, oh, you know what? He was not born in 1940. He was born in 1950. Take us through the steps on what do you mean by presentation?
Right. The situ administration yacho yasiyana nekumakoti kwamunoita iko zvino. Mamwe authorities, they even at accusation kuti uri allegiwa, they want a fingerprint. But at that particular time, vaita masearches here Because majority of black people, and I will tell you this, majority of black people wanga wasina kuregister mabits out.
Yeah. Ndati, take us through the steps of presentation. When he presented himself not to be underage, what did he do?
1965, steps is the 1965.
What did he do to present and convince that he was underage?
Look
in a court of law, which convinced these people.
No, pane notion here kunzi akavunzwa about date of birth. Pakaita argument about date of birth. There's no argument.
Marty, he presented. So I'm asking you. No. Wait. You are running away from my question.
No.
You said, Tongesai, you said he presented himself to be underage. And now I'm asking you, how did he present himself?
You are twisting,
I'm not twisting.
I said he might have presented in a different date of birth.
How might he have presented?
Instead of saying with Agazwarwa 1942, anogona kuti ati Agazwarwa 1946.
How?
Look, ndo pandotaura kuti one pakubatwa kwake aiwa neidea. What we know is let's look at the entire background.
How did he present himself to have been underage? How?
Mira. Hold on. Anybody can claim a date of birth. It is until it is verified. 1965 verification yacho, you and me don't know. But one thing I'm sure of, this gentleman is already a trained terrorist, trained in covert operations, which means he has to be covert himself. His identity is not to sort of play around with.
You are not answering my question still. In your presentation, I'll still come back to the question. The presentation of his age is underage. How was it done that he is underage to convince officials? How? It's my question. How?
What's your date of birth? I can go up at date. And it. My officials, did they make effort to verify or not to verify?
So you are speculating. No, hold on. Mukati akavunzwa. Is it a speculation? Or you are saying this might have happened? This is exactly what happened.
No, we look at it and it. Look at this offense was committed in 1964 and it.
Here's my question. Mukati Mimi, he was asked, when were you born? And he did not have an ID or a birth certificate, and he gave a word of mouth to say, I know I was born this year. Are you saying this? You are speculating, or you are saying this is what happened?
I think let's go with what's there, right? 1964, the crime is committed.
No, but I'm engaging Tonge Saiga. Why are you fidgeting? Why are you fidgeting? Why are you fidgeting? Tonge Sai, let's go back to my question. Are you speculating what happened? Or you know what happened?
Yeah, but Mnangagwa was born in 1942. The crime is committed in 1964. And ukaterera narrative yao. Mama narrative vanotaura kuti vanga vakataura makore ari pasi. You see?
Which narrative is that? Which narrative is that?
There are several narratives. I remember, I definitely know of a narrative. A word
of mouth.
From him.
Yeah, and we would like to scrutinize that narrative now. That's what we are doing now.
So from him, because 1964 and 1942, the difference is 22 years.
He was 22 years old.
Yes.
So
then I need to right. This is now the issue. 22 years. Why Asna could qualify for the hangman's nose?
Because it's a false story.
So he was not sentenced to death. That's what you are saying.
He was not sentenced to death. Number one.
No.
Number two. Let me answer you. he was never sentenced to death. Going by the age. Number two, because number two, he did not commit that crime, which he is alleged to have committed. He did not. That's why also he was never sentenced to a maximum prison.
Right. That's dopa uri kuti iwewe you are alleging kuti he did not commit that crime.
He did not because
what evidence do you have?
Okay. As an officer of the law,
no.
I'm answering you. I'm answering you with evidence. There is no gullible court of law which asks somebody to prove their date of birth by word of mouth. There's nothing like that.
Court of law of present day.
No, even in 1964, my brother. Even in 1964, there is nothing like that.
Let me tell you one thing.
That cannot happen. It's propaganda. You listen. No, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you a chance, Tongesai.
That's not evidence.
Tongesai, I'll shut my mic and I'll give you a chance. Just allow me a minute. Fellow Zimbabweans, I'm going to allow Tongesai to cook you with propaganda. And I'm not going to stop him. Wait, Tongesai. I'm going to give the mic to Tongesai to cook you with propaganda. But I'm putting across to you that there's no court of law and there are no government officials
but David, that's unfair.
Who are gullible enough.
But that's unfair.
Who are gullible enough
you can't do that just because you got the
to receive a word of mouth from a person and say, you know what? How old are you? No, I am 15 or I am 17. Oh, thank God. We thank you and then we record you. There is nothing like that in a court of law that will ever happen. But we allow Shumba Tongesai and taxi driver to chain and cook that propaganda to you. I will allow them and I'm not going to contest it. But I've demonstrated to you that it's not possible for government officials, for a court of law to be gullible, to be lied to. Number two, there is no way in the recorded history which shows that Emerson Mnangagwa was not registered at birth. There's no in history that shows that there was no documentation. No way. Number three, the document peddled by Baba Shona does in not any way speak of Emerson Mnangagwa. So I'll allow this gentleman to speak as the host. I'm done. And I'll leave them to engage with Signor. Thank you. I open.
The only thing that we are now, we have used what we call is this emotional bribery of understanding who your audience are, where you are going to shut everything out and say, okay, I'm leaving you with Tongesai to cook you. So you have bribed your audience. And the way hosting what to bribe my audience, you are now making it like it's either you are accepting Kutano.
No, not only did he bribe them, he muted us so that we could not challenge his viewpoints. And exactly. That narrative. Don't do that, David. That's unfair. We come here out of respect and we want to engage with you.
I come to you with I feel like an debate and we can't discuss anything is of academic benefit to me, rather than to be a propaganda sort of stage like what you are doing.
And what he did was
actually creating propaganda of trying to
he pushed the propaganda that we are here to push propaganda. Don't do that, David. That's unfair.
You are going to propaganda. The reality of the matter, Panyaye age, verification. At that particular time, we don't know what the courts I verify. They say court you no practice it. You are nothing verification. And we have an issue. Some of my elders, kuma 1940s, wakatowana zvitupa kuma 1980. You see, we have people who angas na chitupa.
Shumba, murukusia a good point. Shumba, vamwe vaiva nezvitupa true.
Exactly.
So hebet, munaikwanisa kupresenta chitupa chaari kuda panguva idzodzo nezvinosuta. Vamwe vakanga vatori under age vakatora zvitupa zvinoti over age kuti ainde kuhondo. You know this habit. Asi uri kuda kuzama hako kuvanda hako izvozvo. But anyway, ndi habit atiri kudhila nayo Shumba, carry on.
Fellow Zimbabwean, I did not interrupt these two, and I don't know why they are saying I'm bribing you because
you want to the mic
you can reason for yourself and judge for yourself.
I'm sorry,
Signor, you can come in.
Iwe wakavhara mic uchiti bharura pana uchimomira iwewe yepe.
Yasvika zvino nguva yatakamira iswa naSinyoro. Hazvinei kuti ndiHebert, ndiSinyoro, nditex, ndiani. Nyanga dzichatobuda, and I'm not applying for any credit facility here or any appeasement. Tungotaura copy and paste. Nyaya Mnangagwa, inini, I'm one of the people who has been provoking it. President Wangu, I need to know who he is. Vakarwa kupi, and to speed, kubata pfuti is not my point. Inquisitive from the political rhetoric from him and others who say Nyika takairwira. And I'm happy, we should be happy that Jaitika Nasi, Jaitika, in arguments that we are having, which is okay. But we should also be celebrating it, okay. It will slowly narrow down and clear the hallucinations. Zana Sinyoro, Zokubvunza Sipo, it's now in the public domain. But now we are dealing with a situation where I will continue pressurizing in India. Anyway, because I cannot suffer nema conspiracies, nema assumptions based off my daughter and Nonzwa having privileged to sit down with those who have sat down with you the same. I internet and Raguneta is in retired, but we do not want a country like that. Let's understand our leadership, something that will take us to another level. Maybe ndini na taxi driver or inini na melo. I'm not looking up to the government. Who shall establish in Zimbabwe a school of ideology, leadership foundation, consolidating the things that we are talking about politically, which are critically important but failing to address because no open up politics. We should know who our leader is. It's my right, it's your right. If you do not know, it's up to you. Taking the good from this space,
Kusinyora it was saying.
Amere udapindwa nefoni.
iPhone yapinda.
The funny thing that we are forgetting those kuti asi kubatwa achinzi mufudzi weng'ombe. Ari kutobata atova trained terrorist. And we have got confirmation kuti akatraina kupi. Just a few days ago, one of the comrades Mlala was confirming that akatraina wakati akabatwa paakareleaswa achidzoka kucamp. Zipra ikamuramba ikamti no, we are compromised for security reasons. We cannot take you note atizivi zvawakuita. So the training is there, unless we are reducing a combatant. Nemabasa akaita kune vamwe vakatraina vasina kutombosvika muZimbabwe, but they trained vakabva vatoendeswa kuzvikoro vakanorova ma7 years vari ikoko vachitostarta vakadzoka nyika yasununguka. Macombatants, the fact that they were trained in combat operations.
But Shumba pa age pane a question mark. I'll be honest with you, that needs to be explained. Right? Or it leaves a lot of question marks. If we are saying
no pandoteka explanation yacho yekutraya kuverify what age was presented in court. Initona kuti tinogona kungotenderera panzvimbo 1 because these people already terrorist ari kudzi zita racho chairo hakuzi information chaiyo. So they could have been zvakaitika kuti they were misled kuti azokwanisa kuti awane age iri under 21. You see, So we cannot be fixated on that because materialists want to twist information. They even try to hide their identity.
That begs an explanation. Just following on a simple mathematical or logical conclusion that you derive from the information sets presented, it will be beyond me to say there is no question that needs to be an explanation. It demands an explanation of what really happened. Because you can almost see why Hebert and many others would have a question, right? Which you and I can present a valid conclusion to ourselves and say, okay, maybe the President Waga present an age of convenience. Because for me, that would be the only explanation.
In the first place, pane a point area tinoziva paanozi akavhunzwa age yake. Because what we are seeing is his actual age, but in 1942.
Yeah, but in court, if that was the fundamental point that made the decision whether to execute or not execute, then age will be the principal argument.
Yes. For us not to argue, let's go for those records, my court records. Wow. Towards court yakasvika conclusion on what grounds?
But as explained, the only if you're saying he was trained and he was identified as a terrorist using the terminology of that time, then if we also have to look at what was the sentence going to be, right? Or what was the sentence? Because I'm sure he was sentenced, right? But then when they came to the age, then they realized, okay, we cannot execute a minor as far as the constitution or the laws were concerned. Do you see what I mean? So here's why it begs the explanation.
Narrative says the offense carried a death penalty. The offense carried a death penalty.
But was he not sentenced to death?
No. And he was not commuted. Anna was sentenced to death because the offense carried a death penalty, but he was a minor. He was sentenced to 10 years.
Okay, so now it's confusing.
Anna kutombo sentence wakunzi uri kuinda kunonangire kuti wakunoyengiwa. No. Offense yake akaiswa kunangikiri, akaiswa mukategori waya wekuti ava vanhu vanofanira kutotongerwa rufu.
Tongesa, can I tell you where I got to the age of 15? So
please.
Okay, so according to a publication from the Herald, it quotes cell number 42, Kami prison. Just hold on, please. Let me engage Kuma Tongesa, then I can come to you 10. Tongesa, 1966 August is the date given. Cell 42. And then, so 1966, and the offense having been committed in 1964 in January, the Herald then says he was 18 in 1966. So if you go back to January 1964, that narrative of 15 that has been peddled for a long time is there, and that's where I get it from. Many thanks.
I don't understand. And this is a explanation in Simbot.
Okay. 1966 in August, Emerson Mnangagwa is committed to cell number 42 at the age of 18. Okay?
Right.
That is 1966.
In 1966, he is committed to a cell. Is it committed by sentencing?
Yes, by sentencing. He has already been sentenced.
He was sentenced in 1966.
Yes.
Right. But he was arrested in 1964.
Yes.
So right now, what 1966, anga 18 years.
Nkomatongeswa, he was arrested. He was arrested January 1965 in Salisbury Highfield Township. 1965 January, and then he was he wasn't sentenced. He was sentenced to death, but it was reduced to 10 years because he was under 21. So he was sentenced to death.
Upon sentence yet death.
He was sentenced to death, and he was later reduced to 10 years because he was under 21.
One thing chokutanga ndechekuti inini hangu, this is how I know it. Kana imi muine imwe knowledge, can you please unveil it to me? Kuti and sentence yaka announced here kuti death sentence ichipiwa mupari wemhosva, kana kuti pakanzi mhosva carries a death penalty, and on review wakati no, we cannot sentence him to death nokuti ari underage. Ndoda kuti mutitaurire paka announcewa death penalty.
Okay, Hanzi. January 1965 led to a trial where he was convicted and sentenced to death. His sentence was later commuted to 10 years in prison due to his age, as he was under 21 years at the time. He served his sentence in various prisons, including Kame Maximum Prison, security near Bulawayo.
Yeah, sentence here 10 years.
But now that he was sentenced to death and he was reduced to 10 because he was under 21.
So yaga appeal when you were sentenced to death, but you are under 21 and got appeal. But
even Matangamati, he wasn't sentenced to death. But in my statements yet, he was not sentenced to death, but he was.
According to what the information which does not mean to be perfect, because this is history. Even when we are debating on different perspectives, there is history, history. We can only be correct tikaona ma documents in court anotaura kuti sentence was delivered, kana kuti pari kunzenzo before sentence they reviewed wakanoti okay, if this carries a death penalty but the person are charged is a minor, cannot be sentenced to death. Ndo pandi kuti handisi kudismissa nyaya yako, it's just a review.
He was sentenced to death, and then the lawyers argued that no, you can't send it to death, and they then presented. Usually, what we're saying that it can't be a word of mouth. They presented some evidence which was speaking to him being a minor. Now, the question would be: surely a court would not sentence somebody to death when they don't believe or they don't have information which shows that they are an adult.
Therefore, surely a court cannot commute a death sentence to somebody they have sentenced to death and say, no, this is a minor. You see, both ways, you don't go the same argument. The court will not have
exactly that's why we begin to question the narrative itself. And we are allowed to question. We are allowed to question that narrative. We must.
Yeah, notions okuti mimi akasentenswa. How would a court of law sentence somebody to death vachivhuna mutemo wavo unoti hamufani kusentensa munhu ari under 21 to death?
It's not our notion.
No, the court cannot violate a law.
Tongesai, it's not our notions. We are just regurgitating. You are regurgitating what you heard. We are regurgitating what we heard. And the principal himself should put this to bed. Me and you, we are just clashing our heads here. The principal himself must put this to bed.
But that is clash my heads. We are discussing a historical issue, and it.
Okay, we are debating. Let me use a comfortable word.
Yeah. It's just like
we are debating.
Kuno mumwe ane knowledge ya Hitler. Yes, and ndisingazivi. And I can argue nepandinenge ndichizivawo iye nyango yake ari kuargiwa nini iri kuda probably more sort of proven than mine, but zvazvo kutaridzana ndo pandiri kuti inini court of law iyoyo semi muri kuita Will it happen to court of law inosimuka yokanda sentence kumunhu asinga deserve sentence inenge yato violate mutemo?
I'm in agreement with you, Shumba, and that's what I'm saying. Would we then agree that this narrative leaves a lot of questions? I'm not saying agree to my narrative. I'm saying whichever narrative we are holding on to, irrespective from what side we are coming from, it is leaving a lot of questions. That's why so many years down the line, Shumba, we are still here. And that's why somebody called Baashona is to post a document which is still being questioned because there are questions around the issue.
Of course, ipapo ndobvumirana, but one simbotika isisi tiri modern people. Kana docket ranehanda ne warrant of execution yacharwe irimo mu National Archive. Can't we find that docket rava Mnangagwa?
I agree with you. We can, and I agree with you.
But look here, we don't need. Hearsay. One present a cheat, a reporter writes a cheat, but is this right? Now we are arguing. In his Kanzwa, Domira is Kanzwa, Imumira onem Zamakanz, one man's Makaita. But sure, really, can't we go into the archives and say, okay, Tipo docket 1965 rakat, and then we check my court records. Pama court records, do patisha wana kutikuda, paka verify your date of birth here, paka sentence wa to death here, and wachishandisa date of birth ipi. You see?
You are spot on. Shumba, you are spot on. And the document raba bashonero rinoda kutendwa naro futi kuma archives.
Yes.
You know it.
Yes.
Because it's not a problem. That raised a problem.
Sir, good morning. Good afternoon, sorry. In problem, could institutionalize things a lot. Because I was speaking to is a professor or something, and a postgrad, but I don't know the PhD. We were talking about some engineering aspects. I discovered, I'm totally self-taught, right? And now when I university and now and then we discovered that knowledge is, is available maybe online and this and that and that. My institutions are not archivers, they might even not have information that we know, right? Or we have, there is no institutionalization. There's less institutionalization of things. So I remember muchida authenticate him. Whose authority yamuno shandisa to authenticate because it's very, very deep.
Hakuna munhu aenda kuarchive akadzoka achiti file ndarishaiwa. Okay? Even though I do agree kuti panangekiri library we miss something. Zvatinotadza kupinza mashelf, zvimwe zvinorasika, I do agree. But right now, our argument is based on a simple fact of understanding which side of understanding history our kunonga.
Your bias.
But
what
we are modern people. And it's an academic, to me, it's academic debate because one or two people will learn something.
So Tapio, what you are saying, on a good day we admit not those pins on black bracket, a lot of information is omitted. And again, even a word, a simple word, the definition of a word, it differs from one individual depending on where you are sitting, let alone information, which now some people who are very intellectual and interrogative to documented evidence, they would want to know the interest of the person back in the days, whether it's 100 years. Some scripts, whether you like it or not, they would be a situation where Tongesai is told to Nyora-ish. So on technicalities, you may end up having information which I don't want to throw away, but which we need to then just zero in.
Smith's government was against Magorira. Right?
I want to say something.
Let me finish my submission.
Okay, finish your submission. Then
so what happens is Magorira also, Magorira also, they were being downplayed, right? Intellectually, politically, morally, they're being downplayed. Whatever they say, whatever they do, it was supposed to minimize their relevance, right? So we know that was deliberate sort of distortion of the facts just because you want to undermine a revolution. It's as simple as that. And I don't even know why we go to Smith. Remember that time with Smith. Remember go to Smith, Bachake. So what is the question? What is the question?
I don't think it's related, Papi. What we want to find out is what is the real docket regarding identity accused. By identity, to that date of birth that can present you.
Okay, so marijuana what exactly do you want to do with it?
Our argument will be rested. But I know this point evidence respond here. Kana ranzi rasha
taura nezvokurima mungu tazviri irrelevant, please. Thank you very much.
If this is irrelevant, so Tapiwa chandaida kuedza kuita do ndapractice kuti tiite runyararo zvatadza kuti zvibude mafunga kuti mungazviita imi hamufe makazviita nekuti matotadza kunzwikwa. Ndaida kuti munzwikwe nezvandoda kuti nditaure. So ichi iripo ndeyekuti zvongoda kungozvidzikisira pasi neinformation yabudai tobatanidza tine view with an objective kuti zvimwe zvinogona kunge zvakadistotwa zvimwe zvakasarira, but the fact is we can never understand exactly what happened in 1965. I'll repeat, we will never ever, but we will at least get as close as possible. Even makoti majaji kana ari pano anobvumirana neni kuti vanozoisa mutongo wavo, but nyaya inogona kuenda kusvika ameni, evidence inonetsa kubata. Why can't we then say isusu sevanhu vanoda kutsvaga kuti Zimbabwe iri kubva kupi sevanhu? I won't say we are victims, but we are thirsty. But why should we then behave like this? Handisi kusiya tisi tavhura space pano musati mauya. Ini ndikutaura vanhu vakateerera vari kuteerera kuti munenge muruda kuva nekabulishi kekuti mutaure mega. I have nothing to lose. I can close my mind. Andite chirama, but izvozvo zvokuti aiwa munhu achitaura hazvine kuti ndinoziva kuti muhwezva kuti ndinzwe. Hold on, zita rangu rakakosha chaizvo munhoroondo yeZimbabwe. Nai guys, ndakupai mukana wani kuti mutaure mumanijane mega. Most of the debate anomazilavana indangovhara. I'm hosting this space. Manage yourself and give each other time to speak. Thank you.
Inini ndikuti signor are right pakuti pane inonzi circumstantial evidence. If you go to AI ukabvunza kuti AI what is circumstantial evidence, inokutsanangurira exactly kuti
ndinokumira kuti ndokupa exactly 15 seconds want harm you. 15 seconds.
Aiwa ndikutaura kana isinyo.
Go ahead, usanditi hako hashani singati Zimbabwe iparare.
Yeah, please. Saka ndikutaura inini kuti sinyoro imimi muri kuti pane zvawerengedzwa izvi nezviripo zvakakodzera kuti vanhu vainde vanodhiga vatsvage zvimwe zvinhu zviri against zvataurwa izvi, nemhaka yekuti pari zvino social media inodzira necircumstantial evidence based on zvinhu zvayaona, zvairi kuona nezvapresentwa. Asi chokwadi kana chiripo chinofanira kuzobuda. Anditi, but for now social media consumers are dealing with what has been presented, and if they are looking at other circumstances and zvimwe zvinhu zviri kuitika nezvakaitika, vanokwanisa kuita conclusion yekuti mukuru muri kumunyepera. mukuru anga aigari pfunde.
Temptation apinda. The first female voice on this space. Temptation, how are you?
I'm sorry. Atmosphere yangu haisonde bvunza pane munhu
ndachida kutaura ndobva ndavhiringidzwa. Izvi ndikutoadvocata for anybody ane right yekutaura kuti ane kodzero yekutaura. Zvino tikaregera vamwe vachimbunyikidza ndovhara hangu mike nokuti ndida kurwira vanoda kutaura pano kuti mirai yanzvasi. Ndakuvhara mike handidi kuita nharo asi handigoni kutaura vamwe vachitaura ngezvaindivhari mike.
Ko ndangobata kanyaya yachona iri pakati handina kunzwa kuti muri kuti chii.
Saka chimbomirai mugonzwa kuti ndiri ndaneni.
Aiwa ndikureva pari kutaurwa nasinyoro. Ndikureva pari kutaurwa nasinyoro. Pekuti vangotanga as if he is fighting me.
Mirai mavhunza mubvunzo unonyarara. Mukabvunza ruviri rutatu hamene zvorerei. Nyaya iri kuitika panapa pane nhau dzabuda munhu wese angova journalist. Pana baba ashona vanora nhau ine nechekuita nezvakagara achibvunzwa mukati medu. Ndimwe wacho kuti president wangu ndoda kuziva kuti ndiani unobvepi wakaitei muhondo muchidimbu. Pane a write up or a tweet iri kutaura nezvekusungwa kwavo kwechitima inobatana neinterview yakunzi nevamwe vanhu hatichahwisisi. But kunyora kwababa ashona nezvavakopa pane zvinoratidza kunge vakafoja imwe information yekuti mumwe munhu anogona kuona kuti apa pakaitwa bhara 0 bhara koma. Nichimhara ini ndiri kuti kugara kunzwanana isu tese pana unoziva. Ngationgororei nyaya nekuti yakatikoshera tose nekuti yaita kuti zvimwe zvichabuda mukati menyaya iyi. Shida ichaita kuti tiwane gwara rekuti tinzwanane tivake nyika yedu. Amene kana ndasirira mubati wehomwe mubati wechigaro host vachawedzera ipapo. Ndatenda hangu.
Okay, maita basa ndazvinzwa. Nyaya dzakadai so tinodzida nekuti dzinotibatsira, but chaimbotinetsa kumashure kwesoko taiti tikada kutaura waigona kutoshayika, waigona kutonzi wasungirwa nyaya isipo, kana kuti waigona ngonzi mwana ashayika achibva kuchikoro. Zvaityisa. Zvichityisa kudaro vanhu vaiva nechokwadi vaipera zvishoma nezvishoma. Kusvika kwasara isusu vanhu vanongofungidzira chete, vane chokwadi chaicho hapana. Ende nyaya yachona inonetsa kuti because imimi muri kufungidzira neni ndiri kufungidzira. Mapedza kudaro pakaitika nyaya dzakadaro, you still come to us ma-citizens kuzoti tinokumbira kuti tibatsirane nekuti paita chinhu chakaita seichi. But kana zvichikufaira imimi munenge muchiti tisu veZANU-PF tisu takadai, kana pazoita zvakadai makuuya futi kwatiri makuchiti kugara kunzwana. But anyway, thank you very much. Nyaya ika takainzwa kubva kudhara kuti avazive munyika medu ichokwadi. Handizivi hangu kuti ichokwadi kana kuti hachisi. But patinozotedzera nyaya tichitsvaga, pane nyaya yekuMozambique yandaitsvaga ina ndisati ndamboonawo kana foto ravo vari kuhondo handina. But zvekuZambia tinongonzwa wozotsvaga pamwe pacho hapadi hapo paternity, but pane murume ari kuZambia anonzi Mnangagwa futi. Zvino vanhu vangabve vafanana here? Surname nefesi facial yese vanhu vanobva vafanana here? Secondly, chakazoita kuti tinyanye kuzvifunga, Mnangagwa akavaka chikoro kuZambia. Akavaka chikoro chaakavaka. Reason yakaita kuti avake chikoro ikoko ndeyeyi before muZimbabwe musina zvikoro. Madeals anoita Mnangagwa aiva akawanda acho aiwandira kuZambia zvichikonzerwa nalungu. Saka izvozvo manje inini I was curious zvekutoona kuti vanhu havatori neukama chaizvo chaizvo. Saka zvishoma zvatinogona kubvisa pane zvakanyorwa nezvakataurwa. Vanhu tinogona hedu kuda kungogadzirisa nyaya dzisipo nekuda kubatana muziso, but dambudziko nderekuti tinovharidzirwa, tinobatwa muromo, hatitenderwi muZimbabwe kutaura chokwadi. Ukataura chokwadi, kune anopiwa mari anouya kuzokurwisa. Ukataura chokwadi, kune anopiwa mari kuti ubve kana pamidhia chaipo, unogona kubviswa kuti wataurirei chokwadi, asi ivo vanenge vachichiziva. Reason yekuti tisataure chokwadi hazvireve kuti hatidi kana kuti hatikoni. Just for the security yeupenyu hwedu. Tinotya kuurayiwa. Tinotya kuzosvika kwatisingatenderi kusvika. Hatidi kuisa life yedu parisk because vamwe tinenge tiine vana. Saka inenge yatozova burden kuti unotiza because wangotaura kuti Mnangagwa is not a Zimbabwean. So kana kuti unoti Mnangagwa aruda kupa vana vake posts. Kana kuti unoti Mnangagwa asiri yeizvozvo zvapa power rine mukadzi wake.
Panyaya yanga iripo yokuprova, we are discussing that warrant of committal.
Yes.
Mune zvichemo henyu zvenyu kana kuti but handifungi kuti ndo zvakachitaura kuti kunourawa vanhu. Nyaya yanga iripo ndeye discussion. Kana zvazvimwe kuti maakutaura zvinhu nyaya tobuda hedu ka.
Unourayiwa nokuti wakaposha zvakadii.
Because noti nyaya yatiri kutaura panapa ndeye warrant iro. Ndo ratiri kudhibheta. Hatina kuuya panapa kuzorakashana kana kuita sei kana kukampeina haiwa.
Alright. Ndazvinzwa, it's okay, but panda join a platform, I think that's a join a platform yapakati. But zvakadaro ndiri kutaura zviri kuita kuti vanhu vasataura. Like papa nditi muri kuona muri kurestricta vanhu kana iri open space yekuti vanhu vadiscuss. Why are you restricting kuti izvi ndo zvinotaurwa izvi hazvitaurwi? Since this is an in-house discussion.
Vanhu vanga vari pamaspeaker taatiri 5 panapa including the host, and we were actually discussing on the issue of that warrant. Hapana munhu arestrictiwa.
Okay.
You are going to negativity that you want to sell to us. You know, okay. We are not buying that. We are not discussing that. You see?
Okay, you cannot buy it, but ndaisa hangu pamarket and zvekuti yaenda pamarket mazinzwa ndizvo.
Just keep away. Okay, that's fine.
I think in short, the Papa topic yanga is discussed. So I think you're bringing in a new topic, and there's a topic which is also captured above there, which has nothing to do with the discussion.
Okay, fine. Most of the teachers set up the shedaro. I think number
I understand that
pandiri pane noise, and then dopa ameno like signor sound weird kwandira bati yeregedza kutaura chichichi like attacking me. Ndova ndati excuse me, mira ndiende pasina noise.
Yeah, but actually muted his mic to allow people to engage on the topic of the day.
Okay.
So the topic is up there, and you're not being restricted. I think the whole purpose of you having a mic, I having a mic, is to discuss. If you are being muzzled, they will just take away the mic from you.
Okay, but why can't everybody just speak the way you are speaking? Until mukunzwa kuti mukutaura zvinobatika zvino. Manje vanhu vakatanga kurasa maenga issues avo
some level of maturity.
Exactly. Muri kunzwa kuti mataura
taura hako temptation.
Munhu akada
taura hako temptation.
let's be mature
Taura,
enough.
Taura.
Not
And
colleague anything.
Yes, Taura, takaterera isusu tinoda kunzwa. Taura
Where
zvako.
have we been hiding? Not
but
colleague.
manje kana munhu akuita
I'm
kunge akuda kundihumiliata kundiembarasa
Guy sisters
ndinoretaliatawo ka I'm a human being but anyway I'm sorry my apology guys I'm so sorry I'm
No,
so
no,
sorry
you don't need to apologize.
I'm
Don't
very
need to
sorry
apologize.
and I didn't want
No,
kuti
no, you,
panapa paite a misunderstanding I'm sorry
no,
vanhu
no.
ati ndingakupindurai ndinogona kukupindurai just a
Ignore
minute
this one called
hamuna
not colleague.
chamakanganisa zita rekuti sinyoro rine handiti kuti rine munyama asi ndotora positive zvinhu zvakanaka zvinhu zvamaita zvashandisa kuti mubudise pfungwa yenyu
pane atini
handina simba
ndikutaura
rekukunyaradzai mira izvozvi zviri kuitika izvi ndendisingatarisiri kuti titaure because kana muchitaura handikuhwii inini kana muchitaura imimi handikuhwii going forward zvapfuura ndifunga ndabatsira kuti muhwe zviri pano ndonyaya iri panapa ini ndoda kuti mangwana imimi hanzvadza meti munoerei kana kuti chii taxi driver ndo zvandaita kuti ndidonhe paya ndadonha ndichitaura point iri valid toda ini institution inoita kuti tizive kuti chakadaro uyo chengetai kana kuti mandiona mazviona oro chiani oro charwe akuda kutonga Zimbabwe akapfuura nekuZimbabwe School of Ideology hazvidi hurumende ndikuti kuva positive kuti for the longest time tine zvinhu zvatokwanwa kugadzirisa isusu private institution is what I'm talking about emanating from surely vana baba vedu pamwe nokutya havana kutiudza zvimwe zvinhu zvakubuda kuzvino izvi tatichipaparika tichimhanya tichivhota tichiita sei tichimiramira takutanga kuona kuti izvo zvariri gomo ramasare panga painga pane nyaya izvozvo zvoga zvandataura zvinoda kuti ini nditsige kana ndasvika padare ndohwa kuti pari kuichii ndovhara mike save mike yakavhurwayo kuti munhu asaudzwe kunzi avhare mike avhare oga azive kuti hatisi kurwira nyama pano izvozvi vharai mike vakavhura mike toziva kuti we are having a shared understanding totaura beyond baba vashona pamwe vatofemerwawo naMwari kuti vaite zvavaita izvi kuti tiwane lead kuti titorende ndokutaurirai ndakazvimirai silent nyai yavhurwa vharai mike yenyu hanzvadzi maonero angu ndichimhara through you host nyaya ihombe chaizvo ihombe pakuti ichatisvitsa chaipo chaipo pekuti titi nhai Mwari kodei ndakaziva haitungamiri ichaita kuti tinyatsotaura vaMnangagwa vauye pano. Why should he not come here? He's our number one president. Why should he have a motorcade beef? Vari kutya aniko? Ndiani vari kutya? We need to protect him. Protect the office of the president. The presidency is the reason why we are talking, because it belongs to me. You know, it doesn't belong to anyone. Presidency, the person arimo, kana achitwa brought to disrepute, it affects me, you, and the oro for us.
Can I answer quickly? Can I answer you quickly?
All right, guys, let's do this. I'm not ngatisaite inafuka. I'm not muzzling you, but can you allow people imamboita a bite of the cherry? Timbo Vumidza Zambezi and not Golide to present themselves, then we can always revert back to the old speakers. You can then just pop in. But Zambezi and not Golide have not given us their sentiments concerning this. Thank you.
I think not Golide can go, not Golide can go, then I'll go.
Thank you, Herbert. Thank you, everyone in the space. Anyway, like everyone else, I just looked at that note, and my feeling was it's just sheer stupidity. Whatever the guy was trying to do, whatever narrative he was trying to push, I think it is backfired dismally. Someone born in 1942, in 1965, which means he was more over 20 years old. So whatever narrative people are trying to push, I think it doesn't have any traction, doesn't hold. It doesn't need a rocket scientist to see that. It's just fake and lies that are building upon another lies as well. So let's just be realistic, people. We can see the facts that are self-presented or that were presented by someone. I don't know whatever their intentions were, but it's just lies. Thank you.
haina hangu ndachingoti but document iro is suggested kuti rapuliwa muarchive. So the best way to debunk it, kuinda kuarchive tonotsvaga toona kuti ratinobudisa rinofanana here nedocument iro chete. Tinganetsana here kutemesana musoro panapa, kunenge kwakuda.
Do you have access to the archive? Do you have access to the archive?
Ma-archive anonetsa pakuti they were always biased and munhu mutema anga archive in an authentic manner because you are not supposed to be part of the Rhodesian history, so you were never archived properly. So you can't.
Mirai ngandikudze ndakarasa birth certificate rangu ka. When I flew back, I was born in Rhodesia. When I flew back, I went straight to Makombe building. Lo and behold, they gave me an original copy. So, so what are you talking about when you say Munumdema was not archived in I was given an original copy of my birth certificate at Makombe building.
But ndikutaura history yevanhu vanga vachirwisa the government. You were never supposed to authenticate.
You were a taxi driver. Are you what are you defending?
That's not me.
No, it's not you. It's not you. Sorry, my brother. Sorry, taxi driver.
Don't bundle me. I know you don't like
Tabiwa.
Okay.
What are you defending here? The facts are out there.
I'm not defending it.
I know you don't like me, but don't give me people's presentation.
No, sorry, taxi driver. Sorry.
Mira taxi. Okay. What I'm saying is this, right? Nehanda, ukatarisa Nehanda, how she was actually portrayed in history. She was wrongly called Nehanda. That was not Nehanda at all. Was not at all. So our history has been distorted for donkey years, and you don't even realize that. All you do, you go to Makombe building, when the one birth certificate rangu, so the history is actually accurate. You know nothing about Rhodesian history. Trust me, uncle.
Mgoma Tapiwaka. Before we go to Shubs Arigati, let us help each other on the issue of Mbuyanyanda. The documentation of Mbuyanyanda is not incorrect. It is just a matter of misinterpretation by white people who could not understand that when somebody hold on, I'm answering you. The misinterpretation by white people when the medium of Mbuyanyanda was called Mbuyanyanda, right? So kana uchiswikirwa people called you by the spirit which possesses you. So what the white people could hear was the calling of Charwe Nyakasikana by the spirit that was occupying her. So for them, they do not understand the spiritism of African people. Then they would think that the person being called Mbuyanyanda is actually Mbuyanyanda. So it does not dispel what is recorded.
Yes. Hold on, Mkoma.
Yes.
So you basically are saying, Kuti, they basically misinterpreted our spiritualism, right? And then they killed an innocent woman, right?
No,
And
I
she
did.
was
No, I
saying,
did. No, I
no,
no, I did
and
not
that's
say that.
correct. What are you saying exactly?
Okay, let me answer you and listen carefully.
What are you saying exactly?
Yeah, let me answer you what I'm saying. You said they called that person Mbuyanyanda, they killed Mbuyanyanda. And I'm saying in their wrongness, they were right because they did not understand that a spirit medium is called by the name of the spirit which is operating on him or her. So for them, they were killing Mbuyanyanda. They didn't understand that Mbuyanyanda is not her name.
She was not even possessed.
Come on. You said I must answer you and I'm answering you, right? And I think we are digressing. It's very, very clear that they thought they are killing Mbuyanyanda because they didn't understand that it's not Mbuyanyanda, it's a spirit that she is being called. We know in our Africanism that in our Zimbabwe spiritualism that a person is called by the spirit that possesses them. I don't know what we are debating about. But anyway, let's just go to Shubza, then we can hear what she's saying. Then I can open the floor again to all the old speakers. Sisi Shubza, how are you?
Good, Herbert. Did you say?
Andy, right?
Ndasimudza ruoko kare kare ndikati now kana wasvika panharo dzekumusha kwawo so hawatombozivo kuti kune vamwe vanhu vanoda kutaura. Anyway, muri sei mese mese nana Tapiwa nana Tax Driver nana Mr. Lion King. Ini nhangu ndomboda kubvunza kuti panyaya yamuri kutaura iyi, have you actually considered kuti because kuti date of birth might be it might be that kuti it's not the correct date of birth kana kuti ndisiri kutaura kuti ndizvozvo because inini baba vangu handiti kudhara kwaipuwa zvitikinyana, hanzi zvitikinyana, wainge waine zvitupa izvozvo with the names like his name was Philemon Chipo nedate of birth yavo imwe yanga yanzi 1939 and then chimwe chitupa chavo chakange chakanzi Chipo Philemon nedate of birth yavo 1941. Saka ipapo have you actually considered kuti it might have happened that way, kuti munhu akatora zvitupa kana mabirth certificate kana whatever ende zvitikinyana izvi zvese was like you are saying ndakunzwa uchita kuti munhu haungangoenda uchitinini zita rangu ndinonzi chichichi. I think they were doing that, kungoenda kunzi mwana uyu akazvarwa gore rehwiza without knowing, kwakutonyorwa paya kwakuzoenda futi uyu akazvarwa gore rakati. I'm telling you kuti baba vangu vanga vane chitikinyana chavaipinda nacho kuharare, chavakapinda nacho kuharare pabulawayo, wakazoita chimwe chitikinyana chavakazonika vakushandisa kubulawayo, chicho ndo chakazotora the chitupa chavo chavakazoinga vakushandisa. But waitiratidza painge paine kachitikinyana kavaititaura kuti hanzi ichi ndo chataibvumirwa sevanhu vaishanda muhotera, ndo chataibvumirwa kuti tikrose kuti tiende kubasa, taiburisa this. But two different. Ndaitogara chichivabvunza kuti inini baba I don't even know how to say happy birthday, kuti birthday renyu nderegore riri kutiza kuti mune makore baa, ivo vachitotaura kuti handiziwewo because hapana birth record. Munhu anenge akazvarirwa kuseri kwedhoo muhozi kana mukicheni azoenda namai kana kuti naatete kunotoreswa chitupa. Saka hazvizvirizvo here zvinogona kunge zvakaitika ipapo kuti munhu akaita zvitupa zviviri zvitatu zvina, because paya pasina zvokutoti hanzi zvanzi kune birth record kune zembe kwakati mutemo, waenda nemuromo wake wodzokera onotora futi chimwe chitupa. Ndo zvangu chete zvine ndoda kuti ndibvunze kuti izvozvo mambo zviongorora here kuti
hanzi ndakaenda kumakombe building. Can you imagine? Hanzi ndakaenda kumakombe building.
Shubza, maita basa nepresentation yenyu. But now, even my father, I can relate about he changed for the purpose of trying to lengthen the years of employment to asasvika pa retirement. We have all experienced all these things.
And that's what
The purpose yaitiwa izvi ka tinoiziva, but it does not relate to a young Emerson Mnangagwa who at that moment. Yeah, mina ndichakupa mukana.
iwanishokuchitira ndoda kukanda ndoovha rapedza kuti panyaya wataura kuti zvaiitirwa zvakati, like I said kuti hanzi chitupa chebaba vangu chimwe ndecha 1939 chimwe ndecha 1941. Saka zvakanzi if you know kuti zvainzi pakutora mapasipoti anyone from 1945 kwaidiwa birth certificate. Saka vanhu vazhinji that time wakaenda vakanotora wakanyoresa nhingirikini madate of birth ari less than 1945 kuti vanotora mapasipoti vasina mabirth certificate. Do you know that was happening in Zimbabwe?
Yeah, but now coming back to the issue of Emerson Mnangagwa. Emerson Mnangagwa is 83 years old as we speak, right? Which puts him back to his date of birth, 1942. So 1964, when he commits a crime, he is 21 or turning 22, right? Now, at that moment, there is no justification of having two IDs, because me and you, I think we have agreed why our fathers were doing this. Our fathers were trying to lengthen their time of employment, especially when they realize that now,
don't you think it might be a falsified date of birth?
But when I mauya mukataura ndikaramba ndakanyarara mukati ndivhare mike futi ndakupindurai. Let's not try to control the narrative and not to muzzle the other counter arguments that are being given. Mapa argument yenyu ndakukupindurei kuti there was no motivation by Emerson Mnangagwa to have a second ID for a person who has just turned a major from being a minor. There was no motivation at all, for whatever reason. And the core of this discussion again has been, why is Baba Shona coming up with a questionable document? Why is it that he has to prove to the world? Why is he at pains to present this kind of document, which we can see that it has got many questions? And this document does not have a surname. And there is no office government that would do that. We are talking of 1964. We're not talking of 1800. Right? So this document itself is questionable. And we have been asking about this, the validity of this document. And people have been at pains to try to justify what this document is. This document is Shubza. Is not admissible in any court of law or any official office. It does not prove anything regarding Emerson Mnangagwa, because there are so many Emersons. What this document is simply doing is to shame the office of the president, whereby somebody comes up with a document which is so shameful, which is questionable, which is not credible. And this is what we are talking about. That why is it so many years down the line, Zimbabweans are battling, and there are people who are still trying to come up to justify over a historical fact of something that happened? Why? I'll just give you a minute, Shubza, then we can move to the other speakers. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. What was his justification of Nguti actually Bakore? Don't you think kuti semunhu ainge aine marepresentative pamhosva, malawyers acho anogona kunge akafunga izvo zvokuti if we come neyekuti this person is underage, the law is going to have a mercy on us. Don't you? Because
what happened to the other document? What happened to the other second one? Did they destroy it? According to your speculation.
Izvo zvakutibvunza munhu auya neiro document kuti how did he come? Was the other one there, or what happened?
Ayo
this is my speculation, of course.
Mafungiro enyu.
This is my speculation. Mafungiro angu. Rinogona kunge riri kwamukatoenda mwana wotsvaga pa unogona kungotobuda futi.
But why is it as a nation we are left hanging and saying rinogona kunge? Maybe this. Why are we left hanging as a nation for so many years?
Have you tried to go and look for it?
Ndatovhura space ka. Ndikutobvunza ivo vakuru kana vakateerera kuti they must put this issue to rest.
Space ndo makombe building here.
Aiwa, no, iye mukuru must put this issue to rest.
Ndikapindura here papa.
Tanga wandimhoresa.
Makadiko amai guru manyini mbuya muri sei? Ndokudai chaizvo mfunge. Tabva muhuru kunetsana chine matsana tsidi yasvika nguva yekuti tione kuti aiwa tibvise zvikumaziso kwedu tipukute. That is, to me, the first thing, guys. No one is to blame. It's something interesting kunzwa nhau nhoroono yemutungamiriri wedu wenyika. I think munowirirana neni makandihwa ndichitaura zvinonangana nemubvunzo wenyu. Chandisina kuita kuNational Archive ndakakusvika nekuda kwokuhwa nhoroono ndekuti yakaumbwa nemaPutukezi kwandinova ndinobva ini, asi handina kukwanisa kuzvifunga kutsvaga zvamabvunza, but kutaura chete aiwa ndirogona. I've been questioning, but going forward, dai why tisina is not the issue. The issue in mubvunzo kwamuri, why should I struggle? I'm not a third class citizen. We are not. We are talking of not an ordinary person here. We are talking of senior. We are talking of a head of state and government, which could maybe kuda kwamwari kuti tinzwise kuti aiwa tisangoti toda leadership inongobva kumusangano wakati, which is what we talk about but we don't implement. We need to know whether the councillor and the MP, here we're talking head of state, atimuzive. And it's like that. It's the constitutional discourse. And it's a fact. Not takato homo anonzi Ivan. Isi secret. Meya ugo. Imunogona kutodzika izvizvi mukatosviko avanhu havakuzivi. To me, it's bigger than what we are talking about here. Why should it be cumbersome? Why should it be a pain? Mufunga kuti mimi a foreigner anotiseka kana chitaura nyaya kuti guys, but why for the longest time has it been like a secret? This is a public figure. Why are we not all together trying to say, okay, positively, sure, documenting rakafojwa. By now, ingadai tiri kure. Iko zvine Charamba uyo. Ina no role ya Charamba. Ndiye muromo wa president. Tofa kumtsiura because it is the presidency ataukwa na advocate, which we should care. He must say nyaya dzakadai apindi kwete kuti wanhu kwachopesuka sana sinyora achitokutidzira moto. Tinopesa tisanzwisisi kuti zvazvekukwekwe here, zvazvechi, because now this is no longer a ZANU-PF thing, in my view.
It's just a simple question. Saka chimbonduza kuti this date of birth, kana iri yechokwadi kana iri enhema, what is it going to change?
Thank you. It's not going to change. It resonates with what I'm saying. Panenya chaipo lead to the story taiwana. Ndeye kuti no president aiwa zvakwana kana inindiri ndakakonzera president waita interview. Chitoita kutoridza imimi mutowadza maZambia in a positive way. We want more detailed information, including this one. Andina kumbonzwa president officially, other than politically, vachitaura kuti nawe chitima. So the long short, we should bring him not to task, but to order as an officer, not as a person.
In America, they have classified information. Why in Zimbabwe?
Yeah, so let
Senior Roland, I think we've engaged Mama Shubza for some time now. then we can move to Masi, who has not yet spoken, then we can go revert back to the old speaker. So, Signoro, you can wind up your presentation. Please, let's not interfere. Then we can move to Masi. Thank you.
Inini kugona kuwainda mukaona pane nziya Tobias areketa anzi mukaona umobuda mufamba ndikupota ndichibuda paspace because zita rangu rinonakidza tobanze sinyoro njata amuchiti sinyoro ndabuda kudhara so ndinongana kupindurai madam Shupsa kuti appetite information ngaigondikoshera inini ndega ngaitikoshera tese mufunge haisi politics but lemon to lemonade is what we are talking about. From a forged document, we now want how best can we get the correct information? Don't you think it's helpful and it's healthy to all of us? Thank you.
Thank you. Masi, welcome.
David.
Ndiri bokuri sei.
Koko tiri kuna
kuntamafu.
Kuntamafu is there ku Zimbabwe in Gogodlwayo. There's a chief there with that surname. It's actually a real totem. I don't know why the other South African guy was laughing. The totem is correct. Kuntamafu is actually
sorry. Yeah, Asiri Akanzia is in the belly, but he blood brother ya president. Asiri.
No, we are talking a different story.
Okay. Thank you so much.
No, it's a totally different story. Nothing related.
Yeah,
to
but you do you know why? Sorry, guys, just a moment. Do you know why the guy was laughing? If you go to the
Mbele, say where she's from.
She couldn't say where she's from. And then if you go to the Mbele, is it the Mbele clan, right? Kunta and Mafu are two different totems.
No, they are the same. They are the same. So it comes together. It's like a Madimikira, because Mafu is cloud, and the impossibility of Mafu speaks to something different. So it's this. The totem is Kuntamafu. Is there? It's I can understand some people have a problem.
A person who is not a person who can't be able to trace Emakai. That's what you are laughing at.
Yeah, so I was laughing kuti kana vanetsekana, and she wants a rural district council because Zimbabwe tinaye chief
Okay, so sorry guys to put from where their ancestors come from. And it is even if I'm in Harare, even I was born in Harare, I should be able to tell where I come from. But he says he's originally from Soweto. That's what we were laughing. But anyway, let's bring you back to speed regarding this latest issue. What are your sentiments regarding this?
Okay, have we got a birth certificate? Date of birth
sorry, advocate Ebed. Nditendere ndisangane na mambokazi. Mamukase kune queen.
Mamukase.
Ewa, koko awaudze.
Okay. And then some people, if you have never seen a document, don't speak to it. Tapio was talking bollocks. Mbuya Nehanda was not registered in the register as Mbuya Nehanda. She was registered as a Mashona woman residing at Chitawas.
I did not say that.
You said why did they refer to her? There's no reference in document as Mbuya Nehanda. There's not.
I never said anything about registration.
That's what you were arguing with her.
No, shut up.
No, Tapio, no, I'll drop you. No. One thing you can't do is to disrespect our women because by virtue you are also disrespecting our sisters, and you are disrespecting our mothers. You are disrespecting our aunties. You can't use those words here. No, we can't. Please.
Luckily, I didn't hear it. Don't worry. No offense, I didn't hear. Nature protected me. But no, there's no name as Mbuyane, and it was a reference, and a lot of them on that court case were referred to by. So I think one was even referred to as a native kitchen boy residing at Neander's Crow and Wata and Kusha as native hunters residing at Wata's Crow. So there's no name. The whites did not give her a name in documentation as Mbuyane. But let's go to me. I am an Ondinaki signing. Let me go to consequences. When a person lies and construct stories in history, they displace somebody. Someone said, so what will we benefit from that? We have to argue it, because as he places himself in history, he takes somebody else's story and places himself there. I'll give you one story where he has distorted history so terribly that it upsets families. The story of Kuti, my grandfather was the last man to shoot a white man in a battle. He actually displaced a real family and a real known man who is documented in history as having done that story. He displaces that person, places his grandfather, then himself. So now the new authors are starting to write his story, and that cancels out the original story. The battle is very well known, very well documented, and the last man who died is named, and the person who killed that person is known. But he knows that Zimbabweans do not read, they do not trust family stories either. And I'm starting to notice Emerson Mnangagwa has been reading our history, and he is taking a piece at you, Zimbabweans, who will just see a man step himself into a story. Second one, ZANU-PF is dangerous. ZANU-PF, when it went and raided ZAPU offices, it took their archives. They were very good at documenting all their reconnaissance missions, places, names, dates, attacks. And when ZANU-PF possessed those documents, it now has their story. This is where the ZANU-PF guys are taking these fantastic stories of battles, reconnaissance missions, and they are displacing real known people who have been there. Emerson Mnangagwa was not in the Crocodile Gang. Fact, he steals that story from a known grouping and places himself in it. And it's become very common with ZANU-PF's thieves. It's called, what is it called in thing? When you appropriate a battle story and make it your own. I'll remember the name. It's actually there. But they are fitting very well. Those who have read 1984, George Orwell, this rewriting of history, including the documentation, is done by despotic governments, where they construct a fictitious story, but they add it into literature. If anybody has read that story, there was a committed group of people who worked in government offices where they would construct a story, a war hero from nowhere. Just like today, I decide not Golite dies, and then I construct a story, give it dates, time. It's called Stolen Valor. Someone has reminded me. Stolen Valor is where you know of a real story that has happened. But because you have become the authority and the other person has no standing to defend their story, you hold the documentation. You now can speak of the story with dates, times, and everything. That document is fake. It's as fake as I don't even know. The fonts do not fit at all. The stamp is not of the time itself. My stamp. So this is when they are now. They are at the height of their weird and wonderful. But the danger is that you are losing your history to these people who construct fake stories. Next time your grandfather will want to tell that story, a real story of what he did, Emerson Mnangagwa will own that story. He is a very good one. To Machiavellian, it's said that your mic is open, Temptation. Yeah. Emerson Mnangagwa is known to have had the book Machiavelli in his shelves, and he's becoming a nice jester. And it's not him doing it, it's these desperados who really want to place their leader as something important. They run. He just says a story and then they run and add it into literature. But you're distorting our history. Stop it. Toda grace, kutadzoke. Stop doing that. As we see funny, our kids will never have the real story. The real owner of the story can now not come in and give details. There were fantastic stories of the war, but we know what he was. He is just an agent for the Americans and the British. And now a lot of his war comrades are coming out to tell the truth that you wange uchiri mu prison, but uchishandira, there's no arrest. And these are nashupsa. Be careful. Kana muri ma Christian, this bearing false witness, muchaenda kugehena nezvinhu zvisina musoro. Stop bearing false witness. Emerson Mnangagwa is the funniest president we've ever had. Ndomudira izvozvo zvema jokes, but leave him to just say the story. Don't add it into literature. Do not add it into our archives. Don't do that. It's ridiculous. Anybody can see. Even that pen signature by the magistrate. I don't know whether it's a recent one where he's authenticating it, but normally when you are authenticating a document, you don't write into the document. The pen would have, over those years, 65, anyone who's held a document that old will know the color of the paper is wrong. The pen would have run by now, although they were using fountain pens. But it's known how it degenerates. That is just a recent thing that has happened to that document. I don't know where the date of birth is, but those who are arguing it, the more you keep saying he was older, he will end up older than Mugabe. Because if you are saying that he had to tune his dates, he had to make himself younger, which means his real date of birth would be older. So Emerson Mnangagwa will end up being 100 years old, the way you are going. Because Mnomufekera pese pese, and he will overshoot some people who are known by date, not by document. Nekukura that they are older than him. Eventually, you are going to make him older than Mugabe, just to make him fit into a story. Stop it. But if you don't like it, it's very funny.
Marty, did we have Southern Rhodesia in 1965?
I can't remember. We were still 65. The federation had
it had dissolved.
65, the federation ended.
Yes, the federation has ended.
So we're not having Southern Rhodesia.
Yeah, I think even AI has gone to say the prison is wrong because here it's saying it's Fort Victoria, but he wasn't in Fort Victoria. So he can't have had it. The whole thing is a mess. It's a mess. They just need to get proper forensic analysis.
Simboti, identity. He is from Zimbabwe, but the storyline is that Zambia. So was he registered as a Zambian because he is deported on release?
No, but where are you getting this? This document is the warrant of
we were
discussing. It's not his date of. It's not his birth certificate.
We were discussing date of birth that he presented, that qualified him to be underage to sort of escape.
Yeah, because that prison was no under 21s could be executed.
How did we come with the under 21? Because if we take the date of 1942, the official date, which means Anga to 22. anogona kuvanga ari 21 at the time of committing the offense.
There is no story of him almost being executed to start with.
But he escapes execution
because he is an agent. They were not executing their own agent. Now,
oh, that would be another issue, which cannot be proven was one. But we are trying to chase the trail. But if, for example, that paper, President Wapo, if you are going to say it's fake, all right. Reasons, which is acceptable.
Have you even seen a 1982 document?
Oh, hold on, Mercy.
Like, no, I'm just asking you.
So yeah,
have you held a Zimbabwean piece of paper in over 1982?
Let's not want a birth certificate which is older than that.
What is it like?
Yeah, but
what does it look like?
It looks shiny. It's just a normal special bond paper.
And then what does the writing and everything? That piece of paper is bullshit.
My birth certificate is typed.
And it's that different types of fonts?
No, it's one font.
Exactly. So in opera papo happened.
No. This what we have discussed about.
The name Emerson Mnangagwa is imposed onto that paper.
We have discussed about the fonts and everything. What I was,
the stamp is wrong as well.
Panasimboti is the issue of
Lion King. Ukanipa birth certificate rako ka kana uchida ukandipa izvozvi in the next 20 minutes, as old as it is, rinenge Advocate Herbert.
No, that one can't. That's not my presentation. I was just
saying, Lion King,
coming from Simboti, our discussion about age.
Lion King.
Shangani Chibomira. Yes, there are people who are dialoguing here. Marcy, Lion King, Owen. I want to allow them to settle on this issue, the sticking point. Thank you. Then when they are settled, then we can come to you. Thanks.
Ndungo tangu inini patachitara kutry kuverify age yaawandit kuti how does he escape the hangman's nose. We're pointing out my legalities okuti panofanira kuva ne-proven age, which we say kuma documents. I think we agree kuti from this story we are not told the date of birth yavo. Since we are using date of birth official year 1942. But at the same time, we have got court records ari kutaura kuti anga achitodi akatozodepotwa because he was considered a Zambian national. So what type of identity did he use? Yaiva traceable. If you were going to trace his identity yake through registration. Anga akatakura Zambian identity document yaakabatwa inayo. And how did the authorities come to prove kuti ndo ku Zambia ngati mudeporte?
Lion King, I've got a question for you.
Yes, yes, sir.
Right. So Mnangagwa how many times was he arrested? Was it once or twice?
I know of once.
Okay, so he was arrested and deported, but he actually spent 10 years in prison. So does that add up?
No. He was not arrested and deported. He was deported on release after serving his sentence,
which was 10 years. You said
10 years. So he was deported to Zambia. Now I'm putting that to factor on our discussion habit. We know we're trying to verify identity yake is presented. Looking at the official date of birth that we know now, tichicalculate kuti akasungwa ane makore mangani. Pana chikuna look here. But date ipapo kuti anga ine makore mangani is difficult to verify because we don't know what date of birth was presented.
Okay, we don't know what date of birth was presented. Do you agree that this document that is presented here is actually fake?
I want to agree if you go into the National Archive and pull what you say is the authentic document.
Look,
right now,
have you ever worked in a government office?
No, listen, right now I cannot say
have you worked in a government office?
Yes.
Which years were that?
Very recently.
Have you seen the old documents that were there?
Oh, yes.
The type of paper that was used?
Yes.
So if you compare those papers or those documents that you saw and this document that has been put in here, do you think they are the same?
But there's
no,
nothing.
what they are saying
There's
is that
nothing
this
to compare.
paper,
This is a picture. Okay,
no,
you can be fooled by the lens of a
it's
camera.
not a picture of an original.
It's a picture of an original, but it can give you.
If it's an original, it makes it worse.
It cannot give you the quality of paper.
No,
see?
The only way to defend this is to say
no. I am saying
it's a recreation.
All right,
of
you are free to believe so.
It's not a belief.
I can believe so. What I'm saying in to actually bury this. And
an original document,
the
if
documents,
it's just copied,
the documents are there to National Archive.
Lion King.
Lion
King. There's no original document that can have a font that does not exist at the time. So what you can say is that they recreate. No, documents can be recreated to.
Yes,
so that then takes it out of it being original.
We cannot
it would be a recreation.
We want to replace that document. Authentic document.
Yes.
Indai ku National Archive munoweya muitswete apa.
Iyabva kupi ku national bedroom yemunhu.
Kunyangwe kuti yabva kupi
if it's copying.
Munhu ari kuclaima. Somebody is claiming. And it
follow logic.
How do you dismiss a claim?
Follow logic.
Logic could be illogical as well.
Yes.
You cannot just dismiss a claim without replace that claim.
Listen, if I take an original document,
can I say?
Paskana, it cannot import a font that does not exist to copy what is original. What will now be different is my new copy is on a new paper, but it cannot change the fonts of things. It can't do that. So now we have to say either this copied a recreated document, it reconstructed. I'll give you an example.
That's very clever of you, but look here.
My mother went to get her.
At the end of the day, you don't have a document.
The original document cannot have a font that does not exist in its time.
That's a theory, Mas. What you are saying is very theoretical.
No, it's not theoretical.
Lion King.
Take your document. Oisa Paskana. Will it change? In an original.
Lion King.
We cannot just without pedlana theories.
It's not a theory.
Lion King.
What is
this
there?
is not theories.
A copy is what it doesn't import new things.
Why do I have to copy my birth certificate? The document iripo iyo ndo yatoda kudebunk.
One
of us ngamanye anobvumura
okay, fine. Wait.
Then Lion we can erase that one.
Lion King, if you can listen to others. What Masi is saying is, if you are making a photocopy, you are not painting a photocopy or an original document. You cannot photocopy and then paste a font which came later, because the font that is there doesn't resonate or is not a representation of the font which was there before. This that you are saying is an original document does not carry a font that is old.
Unaona problem yako ya urikuita. Iwe urikuti kune font yanga iripo before. Ndipe document rine font iyo yanga iripo before.
It's in the document.
I've just
in the document.
I just
we're looking
posted
at.
a 1965 Rhodesian document up there. Just have a look at it and compare.
No, in the same document, there are two different fonts. The font that is writing here and saying Fort Victoria and all the other things, except for the name Emerson. Emerson is the only Amis thing that uses a different font. Can you not see that? That if it's typewritten in the same typewriter, it cannot hold a font that is different.
Even
This is what I'm
Marcy,
saying.
even in modern days, when you want to see that a document forensically is fake, you check on the font, even on the font of the same sentence, or the font of the whole document. It all depends. So what she's saying is, you cannot have Lion King with this font. This is the original Lion King that we know. And then we have the same picture, same paper, same ink, everything. But Lion is a different font, King is a different font as compared to the other document.
You see, chiona kamanje chari. Iwewe zvauri kutaura izvo. It makes sense from
all right,
a
guys, you can
from a
continue.
theoretical understanding.
Shangani wanted to end. I think
Oh, sorry,
I can
sorry.
open for you to enter the conversation. You can continue, guys. I just wanted these guys to complete, but it seems it's going on and on. But Shangani, you are free to enter the conversation.
So Herbert, yeah, these days I don't come on spaces, so I'm going, but I really am enjoying this whole thing. So you have to correct me. So it started with the dates were incorrect, and he was never there, and now we've turned into font experts and paper agent experts, that we are now holding full-on conversations to try and debunk something. Nobody here holds a degree in language or
I do.
No, Mercy, go away. Wait,
I
my
do.
sister, wait. My
I
sister.
do.
Okay, you
I
don't hold.
Sangani,
And you don't have
No, wait.
evidence that I don't.
No,
Sangani,
hold on.
that's
I
why
actually do.
That's fine.
I have a
I
degree
do.
in
Nobody,
Bachelor. I
and
have a degree
I
in Bachelor of
do.
Science,
it's never been
I
done.
do.
Okay,
honors.
fine. Keep your
I
Yes,
have a degree,
I
Bachelor of
do.
Science, honors in creative art and design.
We
guys.
do.
Listen,
So
right?
wawuya iwewe wakabata chi that you don't
In that
have
way,
this expertise.
guys, listen.
We do. We go
Okay,
to
fine.
court and
Okay,
dispute
Chimira,
documents.
you were talking, never
Wazinzwa
interrupted.
kunani kuti we are not
Chimira,
experts.
Inini,
You should have stayed in your high
creation
court.
over.
Particulars
yeah. Anyway,
to tell us we can't comment
let me
on things.
finish, right?
We do them all the
I can
time.
tell you about
All to
fonts.
authenticate
I can
things
tell you
all the
about
time.
papers.
All the time.
That's my area.
Do that, but ours.
Okay, anyway, now let me finish, right? So it's very interesting that this is purely because the original argument that was being had has been lost. It is found to be null and void. And now people are now trying to move and migrate the conversation into something completely different. We're talking about funds that don't exist, and this fund is mismatching. Can you tell us what typewriter was used?
By nature.
What typewriter was used? What typewriter was used in 1965?
It's there.
No.
It's there. You can actually
what
check.
What typewriters were being used in
Have
1965?
you gone to check? We have.
No. What typewriters were being used in
Have you
1965?
checked?
I haven't checked. You tell me.
So what are you arguing?
So why are you asking?
What typewriters were being used in 1965?
You want to know something that
people who have.
Answer the question. Tell us. What typewriters were being used?
We checked.
What typewriters were being used in Rhodesia in 1965?
The phone. We are not talking about
where
the typewriter. We are talking of the phone.
What
typewriters
were being
and that
used?
font is a new
What
font.
typewriters were
It's a new
which
font.
font is it?
Iwe Shangane wanga usati wazvarwa zvi chauri kutaura hapana zvaunoziva.
There's never bothered you.
Matypewriter akanga asina mafoni.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Lower key.
Sit down, Shangane. Sit down.
Answer the question.
Sit down.
What typewriters were being used in 1965?
Sit down.
Iwe Shangani. I don't know what. Sorry, guys. Shangani. We can simply answer you. In 1960, the popular typewriters included the Imperial 66, the Olivet Lettera 22, the Smith Corona Sterling, and the Olympia SM4. And then the IBM Selectric was introduced in 1961. So what is your argument? We have given you the typewriters that were used. What is your argument?
Okay, so can you tell me that out of those typewriters, none of those had that font? And what font is it?
Yes, the Emerson Mnangagwa font does not exist.
Which font was it?
Okay. First and foremost,
which font was it? It's a simple question. Just tell us.
So you are arguing what exactly?
Because you said the font wasn't there, right? Tell us the font.
You want us
you tell
to
us.
debate you and
You're the one that says it doesn't exist. What was the font?
Shangani, hold on. Shangani.
I don't care about AI.
There are two different fonts. There are two different fonts. What is your argument? There are two.
No, answer the question. Why are you trying to mute me? Why are you guys jumping? Like, don't be jumping.
I didn't mute you. I'm saying
we're seeing ignorant people wanting to
don't be jumpy. Don't be jumpy. Yes, I'm ignorant, but
Grok
it doesn't
answers
matter.
that question. If you put it
I
now,
don't care about Grok.
put it on Grok and it will answer you.
I don't care about Grok.
On that same thread, it has been answered.
Let's ignore Grok.
Ignorance.
What is the font that
Go
you
on
guys
Grok
claim?
to tell you
I don't care about
exactly.
Grok. I don't want to know about Grok.
You care about what? Because you argue us. Grok has
tell us the font that is being
used.
To
Grok.
The time the font was the time the font was created and whether or not it was being used in Rhodesia at the time. Why should I go to
Go and ask.
Tell us what font is it that was
Grok
being used?
Tells you
and
in
when
that same
I don't
thread.
care about Grok.
Marcy, let me respond to him about fonts. You know fonts. The fonts
I don't know fonts.
The fonts on typewriters.
Okay, and
they did not change until the computer era, my friend. Typewriters came with different names. It was just people who were coming with makes like cars.
What font is it?
Have been using.
And Chari.
Wait.
What is the font?
Wait.
Just tell us. What is the font? When did that font become available to be used? When is that
letter just ignoring what I'm
drafted? I don't care about. No. Answer the question.
If you don't care, then what you care about?
Shangani, you want an answer? Let Owen answer you. And what I've heard from Shangani, from Owen, is that there are no various fonts at that time. That's what Owen is saying here. And if you need to argue, then you can argue based on that fact. But allow him to answer you, and then you can argue back. Thank you.
Okay. The history of fonts, when typewriters were created, they were created before they were using rubber stamps. You know, you can engrave letters and things like that. And then typewriters copied that. So the letters, the font on a typewriter, for the longest, it never changed. It was just the caps and lowercase, the same. Even if you bring IBM typewriter, if you bring not Goride typewriter, if you bring Scotty typewriter, the font was the same. It never changed. The font started changing when computers were introduced. And when computers were introduced, they did not come to Zimbabwe at that time because a computer was as big as a room. So we didn't have computers. We had typewriters. Even in Zimbabwe, up to late years, in police stations, everywhere we could go, people were still using typewriters. They started using computers less than 15 years in Zimbabwe in government offices. So I don't know what variation are you talking about. Can you, if you want to be honest,
naye mukoma owenchari ko munonetsana nomunhu wazvibatisa oga mavhunza panapa kuti mune nyaya yefondi here kanzi ina handizivi fondi Saka argument yake yatofa kare, dena anga ari mumwe munhu anoda zvake kungoti nyaya ipere. Aida yatobuda kare atoti guys ka ini nyaya ndaikonwa because azvitaura ega haazivi chinonzi fondi. Saka why do you have to explain more and more and more kutienda kudipi kutoti aiwa maphones kuchinja kwao kwakati azotanga kuuya namacomputers. And remember ukaenda kuhistory yemacomputers handiti waenda kuhistory yemacomputers handiti ka makombiyuta anangotanga nokungouya kwakatanga kuna macomputers emavacuum tubes ayanga achinzi machiko makombiyuta mazikurukuru handiti pakune futi makombiyutas amatumbu futi. Don't forget that, right? Because zvaifambira namatv by that time kuti computer netv zvazvakafanana zvazvine magarwa zvazvine matumbu. It's either way you want to say it, but ukatarisa pa that time kwakusina macomputers okuti unonyanya kuchinja mafondi nechichichi zvazvisiko. But uchaona kuti mumwe munhu ada ngoti murambe muchiita nharo for something that he knows kuti the information that maybe something. Let me say, read this, right? Inini zvangu based on evidence. Evidence says there is no evidence that is reliable that is being produced by someone, right? Who is linked or inclined to someone. So the basis of everything, the moment you are talking about evidence should be reliable, relevant, right, and sufficient. The sufficient part now is, all right, imi muri kuita argument yechipepa ichi ndekupi kumwe kuri kuwana the same information, right, to corroborate what you are talking about. Because remember, for information to be valid, reliable, you have now to compare it with another piece of information, right, and reconcile it with another piece of information. You can't compare kuti ningi wakashata iari oga kana watodaro watwa mupengo regai ndigumire ipapo.
So what Mercy was saying is we have one document, a document that have got a font that is from 1960 whatever. I don't know the dates. I'm just saying. And then on that
we'll take the 65 that is
okay,
already on the document.
Yeah, and the font and the document is 1965 old. Everything else is 1965 old. But Emerson Mnangagwa font, whatever the name that wrote Emerson Mnangagwa, the font is of early days. It's a new font.
On that very thread, you go to document analysis. Someone asked that question to be put and the Grok answered on that same thread.
Zvisinei naizvozvo masi mirai tigadzire mwe nyaya yakapusa iri panapa inonakidza stereki, right? Iwewe ungabvumiswa kuti pakanyorwa kunzi Emerson ototi ndi Emerson Mnangagwa. Zvakamboitika kupi izvo zvokuti alright poya mapurisa itotsvaga Owen upi? Owen unofanira kuva nesurname. Hakuna munhu anongonzi Owen motosungwa mese zvochinda unosunga the whole earth ina Owen vanhu vanoshandisa zita rokuti Owen vese, because handiti iwo unenge wangoti Owen. Saka that document is not even valid for discussion anywhere to a normal rational person. Ukaona uchidiscussa kuti zvanzi bai ndiri kudiscussa kuti document riri right, uri mupengo kana kuti murwere unotoda kutoindiswa kuchipatara chaiko, because pakangonyorwa kunzi Emerson, hapana pakanyorwa kunzi Emerson Mnangagwa kana kuti Emerson Mafiti. Saka any argument there from there ndevapengo. Inini I will not talk about more. Iri document ndere nhema for your own information. Ndo dzinonzi nhema dziri pachena dziya dzinonhuhwa dziya kana kuti dzakati mbembe sedivi redoto dziya kana muchidziziva ndo dziri pano.
To me, I'll produce that document with an old font yakudhara iwo ndotovapa zvangu kana vachida.
If you zoom into the document itself, this one that is placed by Bashon, and I know there's something underneath it that is obviously coming into the document, but you can tell where it's attempted to stay within the line but distorted that line. It raised that line a bit more. If you look at that document, line Iroro, where the name Emerson sits on, you can tell that it got distorted in trying to impose that Emerson into it. what distort a line. Rakagara, the name Emerson. You can tell that that line went up a bit. So varikuti here musima whatever experts in torai mabasa anokubvumirai kuextenda your skills. Haizvisi nyaya yedu iyoyo kuti kubasa kwenyu these things are not important.
Ko izvo zvinombotsvaga nedegree here, hazvitsvagi degree izvi guys. Izvi zvinongotsvaga nyaya yekuti if information is relevant, if information is reliable and valid, what do you look for? You look for the name Emerson Mafidi or Mnangagwa, right? By that time, anditi vaEmerson Mnangagwa vanoti vakazozvipa zita rokuti Emerson this and that. Padi kuwanikwa pakanyorwa kunzi Dambudzo Mnangagwa, then it becomes easy to understand and even to internalize on your own to say, saka bepa iri ndiro, because musi wakati zvakazodai. But as long as pakangoiswa Emerson riri rega, guys, iyo nyaya iyo regai, handiti chitoregai zvenyu, kana ndandise ndotokudza kuti regai henyu, iyo nyaya iyo zvakatoendwa kare, mungangosora zvenyu muda kunetsana. Bepa pane parakangonongwa rikangotorwa foto rikapichikwa, handiti iye zvinezvi tine maskana guys pamafoni apa unogona kungodownloada anonzi madocument scanners ounoda of your own choice, wobva wangopichika kapepa kenhema, wobva wangoisa ipapo zvobva zvatoita bho, right? Ndo paya pamune muchiseka, I know vazhinji munoseka vanhu vakaita seni, so ndo panonzi pandowa professional skepticism, kugara uchingofunga kuti this document is fake. That's what is needed. Ava vari kunyepa vakomana. Ukaona munhu anodefenda zvakadai soko, chero akanzi Emerson wafuma akafa, unoziva kuti unotoenda kuti unogara muguva rake kuti denda ngofa naye, because handifungi kuti you can be a normal human being uchita nharo nebepa raunoona kuti that paper is fake, right? And if let me say, if you want that, let's go and compare somewhere kune that information. Where is that information? Hakuna. So why do you allow to muzoita nharo muchida kungoita argue? Oh, yes, of course, those are kuti mune muchida Emerson kuti mawane mari, idai mari chose guys, but musada mari nezvo zviri obvious zvakangochena. Guys, chimboti kurira.
They could have done an authentic looking one, but izvo zvokuti ataura nhasi, you want to produce a document tomorrow, ngavagare, let it rest maybe even a year muchikuka. But this reactive working, it's ridiculous. It's too rushed. You wanted it to come too quickly, and you didn't take time to fix a document. And you can pull out my old files, my arrest, a lot of people, my arrest sheets, arimo. So the person probably went to archives and took someone's arrest thing, Fort Victoria, and then attempted to impose Emerson into that. They were using a real document, but then pakuda kufekera easy. That ball pen signature is too fresh to sit on that paper.
It's what I wanted to say, Mark, why is the progression of signatures which are fixed at the same time or same day? Why is the progression different? That one of the magistrate is it progresses differently, and secondly, it seems to be an original ink, and the one of the officer in charge it's a copy.
Yeah, and you can see ink for that long, it's just wrong.
No, I mean, isusu zvedu tinoziva ka rega ndikuudze kutoti that thing is fake. Scientifically, forensically, if you check after Emerson, do you see that dot that is there? The dark dot, there's a dot, which means there was a continuation of something that is going, that from the font, from whatever, the new font or the old font, after Emerson, there's a dot. What is that dot for? It's not even part of the lines dotted that were created to put something on top. But it is coming from when Emerson was tabbed, and there's a dot there. And where do you see a charge sheet or whatever, an official document that doesn't have a second name and middle names or initials, I cannot just say Mercy. We have arrested. We cannot say Mercy has a criminal record using that kind of a record that says such date Mercy was arrested for murdering or eating people. Which Mercy is this? From this whole world, there's no unique name called Emerson. If we say Emerson, even today, if I start shouting Emerson, Emerson, that's why so many people who were arrested for saying Mugabe this, they were released. Because they did not say Robert Gabriel Mugabe. If I say Emerson today, even if I say whatever I say, you cannot arrest me for that. Up until I say Emerson Dambizo, Tabrablazi, Mnangagwa, Mafidi, and things like that. So that thing is fake. Let's talk about other things.
Besides that, Emerson. Mira is a advocate.
Yeah, and after you are done, maybe as a defense after you are done.
All right. Azvina kushata. Emerson harisiro original name. Right? Zvakafanana nezvozvizvi. Munhu wese ane original name. Right? Saka ukazoona iwe wakuisa zita romudunhuridzwa ipapo, it means there is something wrong. Because zita rake kandidambudza. Saka ndo rinofanira kuvapo ipapo. Kana papa kanzi dambudzo Mnangagwa, inini I would agree. The moment panongonzi Emerson riri isolated rirega, idzedzo dzatova dzokubhawa idzo. And handingadi zvangu kuti ndindirembe.
So maybe the documents afterwards started.
Haiwaka. Masi, Mira. Let me give you this as a hint. Unoziva here kuti John is a second name to me, but haumboriwani zita iro richingova pose pose. Handitika rinotowanikwa riri somewhere kuti aiwaka zita rinotanga ndiani kozopinda John wacho kozopinda surname. Haringotangi ririro. Ukaonawo kutanga nezita risiri pachitupa chako zviri straight kana kuti risiri first original name, there's a problem. Hazviitiki kuti munhu utange nenemu risiri original. Kana uchida tsvaga, even tikati Robert Gabriel, remember zita rake rokutanga charo ndi Robert Gabriel rozovya later, because harisiro zita rake charo munhu ane zita rake rinonzi original name ndoronotanga naro. Zvimwe zvese izvi vangu vakudhakwa. Varume ava vanga vachiva chokudefenda. Kana vaida ava kudefenda, dei vakatodefenda Tottenham, maybe aiwina. Kwete zvavari kuita izvi. Izvi zvimwe zvese dzavanharo idzi.
Yes, my Croc, how are you? What do you think about this document, and what is the implication on the office of the presidency?
Thanks for giving me this opportunity. I just want to throw my weight on this. As you guys were talking, I was doing some research about how...
How much do you weigh, my Croc? You will read tape.
Huh?
Uche, you want to throw your weight. No, Rema.
Please, Marco, don't throw your weight on Mercy, please.
Ooh.
throw your weight on me.
I would rather throw it on Mercy.
Go on.
But okay. So I was just looking at how these documents were handled back then, right? I even went into a deeper search to look at what type of typewriters were used back in the 60s in Rhodesia, right? And there were different models, but the Rhodesian press, which is what I could find, what type of typewriters they have. So they should give you a background into what type of typewriters were being used in Rhodesia at that time. And the ones that I could find were the Pika, right? what the font is called the Pica, but the typewriters they use were the Olivetti and the Hermes 3000. There was also a Hermes Elite. So the Hermes Elite actually produced the font where you see Emerson, and then the Olivetti produced the font where you see the other font called the Pica, where you see all the other words on it. And I was like, okay, that checks out. But why would a document have two different fonts on it?
Different fonts.
Right. Then I went further as to looking at the process of how they used to process these documents. It says here that the possible reason why this document would have two different fonts is that it was handled at two different facilities. One could either be at the court, right, and the second being the receiving prison, right? So now,
hold on there, hold on, my brother.
No, let him progress.
No, I, on that part only. That part, sorry, you continue.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's the thing. Logically, Macrox, you are at Harare Magistrates Court. The magistrate would type an offense or what you are being charged of, a charge sheet, and omit to put the name. You are at magistrate court, then they charge whatever, stealing people's goats, eating people, raping women. They charge the font. That's Harare Magistrates Court writing. They don't know the person they are charging. They cannot put the name of the person and say, oh, ikoko chibva mazonoisa zita rake, but apa havasoda kuisa. Right. On that same document, something is put, okay, they omit a name, and then they put other things on other spaces there. You see, that document has a font and there's some gaps where you could put in information. That's why we are seeing dotted lines underneath. But logically, you cannot type everything, the whole story, the summary of case, whatever, the reasons, the dates, and omit who is it being given to. Omit Emerson. Then you take it to another facility.
Because the case number is already there. It can't exist without a name.
Exactly.
So there where it already tells us the file, where it came from, CS 37, 1B, 11, blah, blah, blah. So they imported all of that without a name.
Okay, well, let me continue.
Saka, okay, I'll put it to you, Macrox.
Sorry, can you?
That charge sheet.
No, let him finish. Let's see who imported what. Because this one,
that charge sheet was not meant for Emerson, but Emerson later on was put by people who wanted it to be there. Can you continue?
Okay, well, so, all right, so to continue, right? So given this document, now you see where it says the name of the court, it says the name of the offense that has been committed, or in what day this person has been seen in the court. We see all that it's in the same font, except for the name Emerson. Now, if I were to speculate, I would say that all that was typed at the court, and then the name was typed at the prison. Now, why would that happen? From just me speculating and thinking, it could be the case that at the court, since Emerson was not the only one who committed this crime, right? You get arrested, you're thrown in a jail, in an overnight jail. Then the next day you go to court and they charge you. This is where they produce this document. And then there's like 4 or 5 of you who were arrested for this crime, right? And these documents are already pre-typed, but your names are not on there.
Have you
And
ever
then they
heard
send you to
something
the
that is
prison.
called
Hold on, Chari,
No, let him finish.
let me finish. I'm not defending
No,
anything.
wait.
I'm just
Anyone
throwing
also
my
work in
thoughts.
the
Guys,
courts?
guys,
Did you ever work in the courts? If
guys,
you are
let us
charged
do this.
for an offense, if you are
Yeah,
fined,
yeah,
you all added on the same charge sheet. There is nothing like
guys.
one is given their own charge sheet, everyone has got the same charge sheet with 5 names, 10 names, or 100 names if they are 100.
Please, ZANU-PF, can you give us something
No,
better?
let him finish.
Let
I
me
want to
Let
finish.
him
see
finish,
how
guys.
the
I'm
Let
almost
him
done.
tie
I promise.
himself.
courts they were able to move the line up.
Right.
Let
I
him
promise.
finish.
Got
Let
it?
him finish.
Since they are just inputting the name, they're just inputting the name onto an already existing document.
Exactly. So
So how did that line change?
which line?
If I give you a piece of paper, it's already got its lines, you just filling into the space.
Right.
Look at the line where the name Emerson sits on to the continuation of that line. They're just inputting the name.
Exactly.
How did they move the line?
What do you mean move the line?
Look at where the name sits.
The dotted line, Macron.
The
The
dotted line underneath it. The dotted line.
Right.
Look at it.
I see the line.
Zoom into it and see what happened to that line. How did they move that line? They're just inputting the name.
It's not moved. It's under the line continues under the name.
No, it's not straight anymore.
It's just distortion.
Distortion of what?
Of the camera, of whatever.
No.
This is distortion from.
No.
You guys,
because you rubbed
I think I've got.
No, if you look at it, right? If you look at Emerson and you look at Fort Victoria is floating above the line, but Emerson seems to be sitting on the line.
Maybe guys,
with it.
Let's make it easy for the ZANU-PF people and those CIOs who created this. Let's make it easy. Who are we talking about here on top there? Whose document is that? Macro.
Whoever Emerson is.
Which
Emerson?
Whoever this Emerson is, that's the person we're talking about.
No. We are talking of which Emerson?
Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa.
Because Champion's grandfather was called Emerson as well around that time.
Okay, well, then Champion can dispute it and say that this was his grandfather's document. I'm not saying that this is Emerson Mnangagwa's document. I'm just talking about the process of the court documents, of how they were handled at that time. I didn't say this was Emerson Mnangagwa's.
mukadzokera futi padocument iroro handiti ndoda kuti mutarise handiti pakayorwa kunzi Emerson nepakanyorwa kunzi pane manhamba akanyorwa handiti kumwe kwese uko mukatarisa typewriter yacho inenge yakaguta kumwe kosoko painondosvika pana Emerson yobva yaonda guys,
there are many things.
Champion, these are different typewriters that typed here.
Yes, but there's one stamp. There's one stamp
on this one, Varakashi, you are the worst people ever to exist on earth. Why? Because you are not inventive at all. This is munoza basa rinonzi ukundo kunonzi kukonewa basa zvokuti deno Emerson anga ane pfungwa dzangu ndayakudzingai mese guys mimika amunonyadzisa because tarisa kuti type ingi inotaura kuti ingi inofanira kufanana ingi yosiyana how yosiyana sei ya type 1 inhanire ne same typewriter.
No, it's saying it's two.
Okay,
but
Champion now not
but let me ask on this
Umapalane has
aspect.
got a stamp Macro. Every time a Maparani writes, he stamps. There's only one stamp. And stamp Ririmo Apa, you are saying there are two different offices. Now, there's two different Maparani. There's one Maparani that has made sure after they wrote onto a document, they stamped the document. Now, what did the other Maparani do? Just put a name and forget about it.
No, don't even go there, Mercy.
They have to stamp. There's no other stamp yokuti yamuva here from the Fort Victoria superintendent rikaenda kumumwe munhu, but we have got two signatures. So if the document can be signatured by two different people representing their authenticity onto that document, now you're saying it was handled by two different offices, but we have one stamp, two different signatures, one stamp.
Any guy, sorry, I'm just confused. I just want to find out is it normal for you to be arrested, sentenced to 10 years, and then be charged again for the same for the same charge in a year later? Does that make any sense? Because he was arrested and sentenced in 1964, but then this charge sheet says 1965 and it says Fort Victoria when he was already arrested and sentenced.
That's the other thing too. But
actually, no. Where do you get that? Actually, this is a warrant to present him for further examination at yes. Then the sentencing happened in 1966, as they say. But then the other question that people who want to defend must answer is that Southern Rhodesia was dissolved in 1963. December 1963. So what is the Southern Rhodesian stamp doing on that warrant?
Southern Rhodesia was never dissolved. Southern Rhodesia stayed Southern Rhodesia.
I said the Federation of Southern Rhodesia and Nyasaland was dissolved on 31 December 1963. So what is the stamp of the Southern Rhodesian and Nyasaland and Northern Rhodesia stamp doing there?
Okay, let's go forensically on that document.
Advocate, when was Rhodesia renamed just to Rhodesia?
Soon after. Remember, soon after 1963.
No,
it reverted
during
back to
the
Rhodesia.
UDI. When was the UDI?
No. Listen.
Advocate, you know this.
The
when
Federation.
Was the UDI?
Listen. Before the Federation, was it not Rhodesia?
Before the Federation, it was Rhodesia.
Yes.
It was still Southern.
It was Rhodesia. So how can you argue that it was renamed after the UDI? It was already Rhodesia.
No, it was Southern Rhodesia. Zambia was always Northern Rhodesia.
I'm saying before Southern Rhodesia, it was already Rhodesia. So after the dissolution, it reverts back to its old name.
No, the old name was reverted back during the UDI, not after. I just divert. I just wanted to make clarify because it was Southern Rhodesia.
Here it's saying Southern Rhodesia changed. Southern Rhodesia's name officially changed to Rhodesia in 1964. A Southern Rhodesian government dropped Southern from its name in 1964.
Exactly.
So this
31 December.
65.
Yes. 31 December dissolution. Exactly.
This is 65. And it's referring to itself as Southern Rhodesia.
Nope. Southern Rhodesia became Rhodesia.
I've got a problem.
No, November 11, 1965.
And this document is now what?
That was before.
But it says it changed in 1964.
No, it was changed November 11th, 1965, at the Unilateral Declaration of Independence,
when
UDI.
Rhodesia became Zambia, dropped the Southern from its name. Well, my record is saying 1964.
No. The
It says
official
officially
the
changed.
official declaration was 11 November 1965.
Mazuva ano hazvinetsi, vanhu vane mafoni namalaptops. Iwewe isa sosi rako chete, tisanetsana nokuinda kure. Isa sosi rako kwauri kuwana information yako. Kana iri pindula chingoti
I
pindula.
get what he's saying. He's saying UDI 65. So it changed its name in 65. My record is saying that officially it changed its name 64.
All right. Kana yakachinja 1964, right? The declaration of UDI, I see your sender of argument. This is not the subject matter. The issue was when did South it reverted to Rhodesia, not this any other issues that we will be dealing with, because ndopo munorobwa ndare ipapo muchida kuvanhanira kuvapa mukana wekuti vakurove ndare, musavapa mukana uyoyo. Chinhu chavanongofanira kubvuma ndochokuti bepa iri ndere fake, right? Why I am saying bepa ndere fake ka onai zviri pabepa racho chete, mobva mangopedza nyaya yacho. Inini zvangu handisi kuda ndinyaya yekudi kudzinganisana nezvakawanda, because chinhu chandoziva ndochokuti the moment anongutaura nyaya evidence, right, chinhu chokutanga ireliability of the source, right? Then I will need a comparative source. That is the next thing. Saka anything that does not have a comparative source, it becomes difficult now kuti wewe utrace, kuti where else can you get that information? So these arguments here, vakomana yenyu kana kuri kuti muno defend Mnangagwa, you are even exposing yourself. You are even exposing George Charamba kuti ndo chief propagandist, right? Wenyu imimi vakomana vari kuita nharo dzisina basa idzi. Zvinhu zvomunongofanira kubvuma kuti nezuro makaexposa George kuti ndo muridzi wepropaganda, ndofunga ndo head wenyu nenge achizokuroverai mavoko kana maita sei manyepa. Saka inini that's the hierarchy that I got now, kuti zviya zvandaitaura kuti George Charamba ndo muridzi wepropaganda dziri kuitwa dzose paTwitter, nhasi question iyo yazoanziwa kana kuti yangozobuda pachena kuti ndo basa rake raanenge achiita. Saka you can continue, I don't care, but the issue is that document is fake. Ende musaramba muchinyepera vanhu vakomana, because hakusiri pachidocument chega pamuri kunyepera vanhu, even mune zvakawanda muri kunyepa, even economy yamunoti economy muri kunyepera. Saka guys, inini zvangu ndinotenda nemi kuti aiwa Mwari wakaita nyasha kuti muvepo nomukuru wenyu mukuti munyaya kunyepa sezvizvizvi, but zvinosvodesa hazvo.
Ngatiende hedu padocument racho scientifically. Typewriter kana ichitaipa haise ma-letters close to each other as on that document. Inotekati jo yobva yazoti ikati ema yakati e yobva yati m yobva yati m yobva yati e yobva yati r yobva yati s, haiti tatatata. So you see, pakombiyuta pepa kana even uchitaipa pakombiyuta unotoseta distance between each letter. It's either 0.1 or 0.2. So apo manja apo mamwe ese imwe yese information yakaiswa pepa yakaitwa zvonzi jo. You can tell, look at it.
It's not a typewriter, it's a computer that wrote that Emerson, guys. Why are we trying? It's a computer that put the name Emerson. It's not a typewriter.
It's not a typewriter. Go there and check.
Even just looking at that document, Emerson in the mamwe actually are bold, mamwe actually like a fed Emerson. So I mean, like, I'm surprised the young people like Macrock, next time when you say something chiri right, you don't destroy your background supporting Zagapusa.
No, but Macrock at least had a better argument.
I know.
Two offices.
naye mazi
I know.
ungati zvanzi better
Akaisa
argument
weight yake, guys. He
aiwazve
constructed the
angaisa weight chose
yeah.
but washekwa kuti
No.
haana weight
Two
chimwe chinhu chokutanga
but
aiwazve chimwe chinhu chokutanga handitika panosainiwa madocuments especially mune hierarchical structure yekupolice army and so forth panofanira kuwanikwa pane neposition yako haungosaini zvokungoti zvinongosainiwa kuti
even now, if a document is you are writing one and you make a mistake, the one who makes the mistakes sign out on top of the mistake or is a chitindo ipapo. If you write onto a document, you stamp it. So the ones who wrote that document, the original one, was one office, and they put signatures and I don't know. I don't want to argue. I'm not quite sure. Date stamps kuti dzatanga rini, I don't know. Kuti chitindo, that thing they've used as a chitindo. Kuti dzatanga kuita ma times on the chitindo when, I can't remember. But before there was no date on chitindo. This chitindo that used to have the ink thing where you go dingy and then you tinder on to it. I think there's an argument could date on chitindo. I don't know. It may have existed in 65, but I don't know. I'll have to
but I don't know. I don't know. Okay, Mwendas, you come in. I don't know Macro's defense when it comes to the deterioration of the signatures which are put in ink. If he has looked at it, if he continues with his defense about the authenticity, why is it the deterioration of the ink of the signature from the magistrate and the ink from the officer in charge different? I don't know if he thought about it. And the other one is original and the other one is a copy. I don't know. You can come in Mwendas before we can allow Ayoba to come in.
Iyo prison yacho pakanzi pekutanga, sorry Mwendas, before pakanzi prison apo pachidhindo inonzi chi prison iyo ndangona pakanzi lelelelele rabwa papanzi prison on the stamp, not zviri paletterhead, on the date stamp itself. Can we go to that document? What prison is that?
Makadi vanhu vashi.
All right, go ahead, Mwendas. Ayoba, Mwendas ndatorera.
Makadi vanhu vashe ndimbopindawo. Kumura kuti timbotarisa chidhindo chetu, timbodhira nechidhindo because we need to debunk this myth. Ibepa iri ifake. Chidhindo chekudhara ndaposta pasapo. That is an original chidhindo. Chatatumira makusendi kachoposta pa group. I think Lian reposted that chidhindo. First chidhindo che prisons chanyorwa location pamusoro pe date, that is 1966. Pachidhindo chandaisa pa comments bye. Mukatarisa chidhindo chavo ichi chavaisa hachina kutaura kuti ndiani akastemba. Chidhindo cheprison chinotaura ndi staff officer, ndi commissioner, ndi warden here, ndiani akastemba. Chidhindo chavo chavaisapo hachina kana confirmation kuti ndiani akastemba. Number 2, zvidhindo zvekudhara zvaiva ne PO box address yaiswa underneath pechidhindo, that is between 1964 until 1980 going onwards. Chidhindo chavaisa apo hachina kana PO box address. When there were queries, sometimes people will go and post maqueries avo vaifanira kuisa address. It was mandated. It was mandatory chidhindo choita a PO box address. Sonyora kuti ndiani achistemba. Is it a staff officer? Is it a commissioner? Is it a prison warden? Ndiani astemba. Saka chidhindo chavo icho ndeche fake pekutanga. Compare the two on the comments there. Chidhindo ichi were sent here. Someone used to be there in Rhodesia times. If you compare the two now, liena ambo posta hapana munhu apindura, hapana ambo comment even charambo wacho kuti chidhindo ichi you guys are lying, this is the original chidhindo chataisa apa chatatumira. No one disputed. So chidhindo chavo, let's look at it on the comments there. The one on the right that I posted says it was stamped by staff office and it chinotaura ndiani akaposta, chine PO box address. Pamusoro chakanyora HM Prison Service Salisbury Harare. Back then it was Salisbury. Chavo chakangonzi prisons chikangodzima chikanzi 26 February 1965, chikanzi Fort Victoria, Southern Rhodesia. It was Rhodesia back then, not even Southern Rhodesia. Kumbura mumbo compare zvidhindu zvandaposta ndo two sense yangu yandikuisa ipa.
Ayoba ngifakile le comment yako lapana ku yeah phezulu kwale space. So ngifakile ngifakile
so Ayoba waita basa wabva angopedzisa masports. Ndatozviona manje awapedza masports endai kugeneral chat munozorora muriko endai go again go endai munoplana munostrategize apa maluza apa aiwa zvapera. Thank you Ningirikine Ayoba. Ndatozviona izvezvi.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Atikutodererwa here semaZimbabweans where they weigh our intelligence.
But see, this is not him, Emerson, or the president's office. It's the people trying to defend him. So these things emanate from defenders. In any Wariango is they enter into our historic archives because there are my people who write who then take this evidence yatotanga now to be imported into literature. So it starts today as a story na Emerson. Tomorrow cha authenticated nevanu who are representing the office. Then it gets taken over time, 50 years from now. This will sit as the evidence. That's the danger. That's false facts. When you construct false
I hear you and I agree with you. Here's another issue as well. Our history on its own, it's too distorted to the extent that even some of these heroes that they celebrate as heroes, you should be able to understand that some, they are not even heroes at all. This is how ZANU-PF operates. ZANU-PF operates by making information to be asymmetrical. Why? Because they don't want free flow of information. Why? Because that will expose them. Right? So let's be honest with each other to say the history that we learned at school, or we learned at school, it is still distorted, right? Because people vakaita sananda vaningi story, contribution dzavo dzinoitwa reduced to a lesser extent. Vana Robert Mugabe vachitwa uplifted, right? So you vana Joshua Ngomo vachiswa kumashure, vana Ningi vachiswa padhuze dhuze. This is how ZANU-PF operates. So we should be able to be in a position of understanding these people. Kana papa sina vanhu vanga challenger this document for sure, right? They were going to say this is authentic. Right? This is how you can see. That's why mchinzwa kuti kozvinezvi Mnangagwa waenzi degree eZambia, waenzi degree ne University of London, this and that. Between those two things now, there is a difference to say, okay, so I studied kupi ku University of Zambia ere, ku University of London ere. What by the end of the day watokutotanga kutodhauta, watotanga kucheza chikero kuti unyatso saka ndepapi apa ndepapi apa ndepapi apa ndepapi apa. So this is how ZANU-PF is.
Arrestwa ku Fort Victoria.
Sorry Sisimas. Ngicela ukuthi umalume uHerbert, ngicela ukuthi vandivuriro inbox yabo ndula kutaura nawo. To me, that's all I came up for. Thank you. Sorry.
Iwe Emerson Herbert, vura inbox yako nyengwe nayo. Kuvara ndiko kudi.
It's open. I don't know why Chido says it's closed. It's open.
Now because we have inbox.
But guys, let me throw this question to the floor. Falsification of government documents is a serious offense according to Zimbabwean law. So is the office of the president and the government of Zimbabwe going to take us into confidence that they are going to take action? Because it's a serious offense. Thank you.
How can they
I think
arrest themselves?
we need the president to speak on that paper.
They don't the legal advisor Herbert. Charge you. Can you interpret it for us? Irutichi, did such a law exist at that time? What is the charge there? And which act is it?
A person who falsifies a government document today. It's
no,
illegal.
He's saying the charge that is on that fake paper. But
No,
why
the
do you
person
want
who
us to go to a
created
fake
a
paper?
false
No, the
government
charge
document.
that is listed on that.
Yes.
I wrote the actual charge on that
Oh.
fake document.
Yeah. So it could be fake as well. So we need to know what act was that? What was the charge? Did it exist at the time? Because there could be just numbers and ways.
Victoria here. Emerson starts in Fort Victoria.
Mkoma, this one is a warrant of commitment for further examination. It's not a charge sheet. So that's why you see there's nothing there. It's just talking about a warrant of further examination for there to command you to receive into your prison the body of Emerson, who is hereby committed for further examination.
Advocate, there is a charge there.
Is there a charge?
Yes. No, go to warrant is not charge. Say.
On the charge of
where is the charge?
Can you finish reading what we're reading?
Okay, is hereby committed for further examination on a charge of. There are numbers there.
So we need to. That's the charge. That's the charge.
Yeah, we need
charge C/37.
Copy it and try and send me to inbox yangu tuone kuti we find
Hakuna charge yakadai so.
No, copy that. Anyone who's able to extract that number tuone kuti we come across any documents ekurotisa with that. I can't extract it. I would have to type it.
I can't see the request of the comrade you are talking about. I can't see his request. Maybe it's technical issues.
Advocate, the charge itself that's on the document is real. It's to do with acts of terrorism. So the charge itself is real. I looked up earlier this morning, but it was there. It came up. Yeah, but the one.
Which act was it?
Hold on 1 second. Let me try and let me find it 1 second.
Okay, thanks. Because we need to know was it
advocate. It was the Law and Order Maintenance Act.
Advocate, can you check your inbox?
Okay, I will. Thanks.
Yeah, but let me come in. Jump the line. Anyway, I think you see with what is happening with Warakashi, that's why when we talk of the marriage, they'll just come and defend. Vanongo defend because Macro they expect you as a young people to tell Madara Kwana, Nigini, Ana Shumba and so forth. Kuta guys up my baiza. Because I mean like any kid who is like in a can see the lies on that paper. So you can even see that paper was actually put on top of another paper. So I don't know defend that child. What are you defending? Like, yeah. So I think Zimbabwe, this ZANU-PF, it's all lies. A lot of stuff is all lies. So it needs to be corrected. Thank you.
And for a thin sheet of paper.
Omeda, quickly, can you see Comrade Whitehead's request? Can you see Comrade Whitehead's request? Which the username should be Talum Lala. I think he wants to go deeper into these comrade issues. If you can see him, bring him up. Thanks.
Not yet.
I see him. He's on listeners.
Oh, can you see me? Can you hear me? Sorry.
We can see you, Omid.
Sorry. I was saying, can you hear me? Because I was sick, maybe. Okay.
We can hear you too.
I haven't.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. He hasn't requested. Okay, I think this is him now.
What you can do, Omid, can you look for him and then you invite him to speak us?
Guys.
Okay.
Pakanzi, letterhead rakanzi Rhodesia. chidhindo chakanzi Southern Rhodesia zviri kufamba sei? Iye Mnangagwa wacho akasungwa kuFort Victoria here. Fort Victoria kumasvingoka.
That's
Munhu
what I keep
akaputisa train
asking.
kuHarare.
Did he ever have any time spent in Fort Victoria?
Aiwa ndo mabasa enhema anyway mabasa enhema.
He was transferred
But
there when
wasn't this just further remand?
Yeah, I'm
It
saying
was a
if
denial
he
of
did have
remand,
time
and
there, he was
he was
remanded.
transferred to Fort Victoria after.
Okay, let's see.
I think as of now baba Shona ndovunga vatotumirwa tsamba yekufaiwa kuharakashi kuti we don't wanna see you.
Ainini ndiri kupererwa nebattery habit.
Has anyone looked up the charge? Can anyone interpret? Can anyone interpret the charge for us? Is it consistent with what Mnangagwa is said to have been arrested for, and with the contents of this document?
10 says he checked it up, and it coincides with the charge of terrorism.
No, we want to.
It does. If you want, but if you want to, do you know what you can do? Because I'm driving. Take those numbers down, right? The way it's written, and write it down on the. You can on ChatGPT and ask if it was a charge back in 1965. It will come up and show you everything about it.
Yeah, what we need to know, Antipanima sections. This is chapter. So we need
to it's this section. Copy those numbers and put in ChatGPT, and it will give it to you.
What did you get when you looked it up?
It was talking about terrorism offenses
in Rhodesia.
Isu tada kutoziva kuti ndiani anga akasungwa toda kutotsvaga munhu wacho the real name chaiyo chaiyo.
Because Emerson uyu hatisi kumuziva ndi Emerson upi idi Mnangagwa haasiri uyu.
Because document raeditwa saka toda kutoziva kuti ndiani chaiyo chaiyo zita.
Imi mako host imi musatambire pamafoni.
Aiwa, sorry, ndachida kuenda comrades ndapressa by mistake. Yaita vauya.
Rega tinzwe zvaita. Kwete nhema dzatinoudzwa.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Tinokugamuchirai all right, tinokugamuchirai chaizvo. Come through.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. Maswera
Taswera baba,
taswera.
Okay. Inyaya yamuri kukakavadzana nayo iyi. Chekutanga indai monotsvaga kuti 1965 pane chitima chakadonhedzwa nedendimai here Portugal. Ndochinhu chekutanga. Chechipiri Magweta Terrorism Act yakaenactwa gore ripi? Anti-Terrorism Act yakaenactwa gore ripi? Then you might have answers. Kusungwa vaMnangagwa vakasungwa vachipomerwa mhosva yekuti Mugandanga asungwa muZimbabwe. Vakawanda vakasungwa zvakadaro. Specific yekudonhedza ndege kumasvingo haimo. Yekuti vakasungwa nekuti vakadonhedza chitima kumasvingo. Ndakazvitaura panapa pamaplatform enyaya ndikati aiwa zvakangofana nemazita vana Chikopegori kiko pamene kuti zvinorevei. Havana mazita iwawo. Kusungwa vakambosungwa vakagara up to 1972. vari kuKami vakazotransfera kuHarare 1972 vakumirira deportation. Ndo zviripo izvozvo kuti mutange matsvaka kuti pane chitima chakadonhedzwa neland mine here kana kuti nebhomba chichibva kumasvingo amene chaenda kupi, whether Bulawayo masvingo kana kuti Chiredzi masvingo, motsvaga kuti zviripo here zvakamboitika here izvozvo kuti muve neansa. Pandakataura pekutanga ndakati aiwa, handisi kuramba kuti Mnangagwa akatrainwa. Mnangagwa akatrainwa. Handisi kuramba futi kuti akasungwa kune vanhu anga anavo mujere, but hakuna specific area panonzi Mnangagwa panapa takuchaja nekuti waisa bhomba. Mungacheuka zvinozonzi one of the reasons why akaspayiwa a death sentence ndezvekuti the charge yavanga chimuchaja nayo yanga isingakodzeri, because it was not as serious as it was perceived. So that tells you kuti it is not true kuti akadonhedza chitima, because chitima is a serious charge. Chinouraya more than one people. So kana chinouraya vanhu 20, 30, you cannot trivialize that charge. So it's not true. In simply, I'm saying it is not true takadonhedza chitima. Vanhu vakawanda vakapinda kumusha vachisungwa, vanhu vanonzi serious terrorist, igroup yana Stole, yana Moffat Hadebe, yana Tsaluza Jiani, yana John Maluzo, ndivo vanhu vakatongerwa rufu. Vana Moffat ndo vakatiza kujere kuGrey, kuBulawayo naStole. Vana Tsaluza na John Maluzo, they were charged because they killed umwe murungu kufarm. Vakamuendera vakanomucheka. Ndivo ainzi serious terrorist ivavo. So vana Mohadi naana Mnangagwa vakangosungwa vari mutown. Mohadi akasungwa ari kuBulawayo next to High Court. So he had not committed any offense, but he was identified kuti muterrorist, then he was arrested. Similarly, Mnangagwa was arrested in Harare. They identified kuti muterrorist, but jere hombe raiva Bulawayo Kami prison. So that's all I can tell you for now. Yeah, hello.
Thank you so much, Comrade Whitehead. So the question is, say pachi create kwa nyaya yokuti Mnangagwa vakabomba train kana vanga vakasungwa havo semuterrorist or a freedom fighter, chikonzero chokuti vange vachigadzira nyaya yekunyepa chii?
Zvimwe zvinhu izvi munoona pahondo apa ndambonzwa apa umwe achitaura kuti the entire liberation history is distorted. Ndipo patinotangira ipapo. Zvakafanana in most cases even pakumhanya kana imimi ipapapo makadaro. Pane pamwe paunoti kwaona kuti pane impact unoti ndandiripo ipapo. Pane zvimwe zvinhu zvaunenge uchida kuzvikoshesa kuti zvioneke kunge newe pakaitika chinhu chikuru chinokudza vamwe vanhu newe wanga uripo ipapo. Ndiyo problem yatinayo. Is the same thing nenyaya yemafuta ekuharara. Kuti ndiani akarova mafuta ekuharara. So everyone will want to claim kuti ndini, kuti uyo ndiye akashanda chaiyo. The level of operations were the same, even if matargets anga akasiyana. Hakuna munhu angataura kuti wakadeploya kuti ndaunorova chakati. It was a self-decision depending neterrain nesituation pauri kuti zvinovhuma here uite zvakati. Ndio zvaunoita. So kazhinji tinoda kumhanyira pane mukurumbira. Ndinogona izvozvo kuti muso makanzwa kuti viscount yakarohwa nezipra ndoti ndinda ndiripo ipo paya. Yet I was not there. So zvinoitika. And I don't, one of the things why history yaMnangagwa yehondo yakubuda yezvino president. He has been in this government since 1980. Anambodzorora. There was nothing of this dramatizing Mnangagwa's credentials during the war. Why now? Is he trying to justify something that people do not know? Iyo mazita yanga iye kana iye anotadza kuadaidza vanana gombo riko kuti gombo what is that for?
I know them.
I don't prove that.
Babalas,
Right. Zvese izvozvo
kungodzokerai mabhunu.
Yamenuti zvinonzi chiiko. So
Luka Mavende.
Scoporously kopiko. Hazvinei nehondo izvozvo. Hazvinei. Vakawanda vanhu. I can, for instance, in 1974, inina I was named the second Czechoslovakia in Africa. Andina kuripiwa ndakasiya ndanyora somewhere vanogara kusaidi rekujambezi mononzwa kuti pane murungu akatorwa kukemp usiku kuinlove camp akaonekwa arara ndikasiya ndanyora neballpen second Czechoslovakia in Africa. Hazvinei kuti ndo zvinokuitisa kuti uite mukurumbira aiwa. And hakuna kuti ningi ndiye akarwa stereki, ningi haana kurwa stereki, tese takaparticipata. Zivikanwa nokuti uri more veteran zoguma ipapo. We individuals strugglers hapana zvazvinoreva.
What did you call yourself?
If people wanted to come, yes, okay.
What's the name you wrote?
Second Czechoslovakia in Africa. You remember there was Czechoslovakia in Cuba.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. You were taking
ndakangonzwa ndizvinyore mabhunu vakamuka vakuzvitaura everywhere after the murungu vanhonga murungu. You can go and check that one. Is a recent one, 1975. I think it was 75. Paiva necommander wemaselo scout anga ari kuchambezi. And it was immediately after the capture of Zipra intelligence officer kuBotswana, Ethan Dube. So we met that in Ngiri. And in Dandisindega, vamwe umachirimo munaye ariko kubulawa watati umwe munomuona akagara chitaura. Tikanopinda kujambezi kuya uku akatonovaka musha wake muso atakacrossera Kenneth Chipa is there, is alive. But what I'm simply saying is that we don't need to dramatize that. Hakuna chitima chakadonhedzwa naMnangagwa. Hakuna. Kana iye or anybody angari naye ngauye andishushe kuti hayo mudhara anonyepa Mnangagwa tatiriitese operation yakati tikaita zvakati. So kuva more veteran akatrain. That's true. Akatrain. What I cannot confirm is degree rakele law. I can't confirm. Because when he came in 1972, I don't know whether that is the time Paka ended up university kwacho, I don't know. Because between 1972 Paka akaenda kuHarare, akazosuka kuLusaka ku73, 73, 74, 75, 76 atoma kuMozambique. So degree racho kuda akarita iwawawa ningiri mazuva iwawo between 73 and 74 atopedza degree rake, I don't know. Kana kuti akaita necorrespondence, I don't know. But tikatarisa kuti marecord hamunawo ipapapo ari kutaka releaswa 1972 from Bulawayo to Harare pending his deportation. That means akadeportwa is end of 72 because he arrived in Lusaka in 1973. And when he arrived in Lusaka 1973, he could not go to ZAP, he could not go to ZAN, right? So he remained there. He only surfaced Bakazotswagwa na Mugabe, 1977. Mugabe akamutsvaga kuti ndine mukomana wandinoziva ainzi Emerson aripi, zvanzi ari kuZambia, zvanzi mudaidzei. So we don't know then kuti degree rakaritwa between 74, 5, 6 here, amen, ipapo. So I can't confirm that. Because
Baba,
was not
Baba, panapa pari kuti education University of Zambia 1973 to 1974. Saka handizivi kuti vaya vakaita law vaya makore enyu okuita law ari kuenderana here namakore ari apo. Ina handipo, ndangoti ndingobudisa zviripo zviri kutaurwa neindaneti. Ina handisi ndakaenda muindaneti momo, ndiri kungoti tose tizivisane kuti kana kune degree raakuitwa chop rinoitwa makore 2 kana kuti rinoitwa gore rimwe, handizivi, kungotaurawo hangu. Inini handinawo degree, musazofunga kuti ndinaro. Saka ndangoti nditaure hangu.
He was smart, champion.
All right.
He was smart. Aita chop.
Champion. Anti Mozwati, he said he did it with the correspondence of University of London.
No, but he had already done it in Zambia.
No,
he went to Zambia.
In Zambia, he was a free man. But
So
when he
he
was
then
doing the
visited-
degree, he was in prison through correspondence.
But he also went to the University of Zambia.
Yeah, to finish.
Okay.
Aiwa, makuroko hazvinetsika. Isusu vanhu vasinaita madegree. Ngatisaita nharo. Zvinhu zvataakuita ndezvizvi. Mnangagwa une degree here from University of London. Wakagraduata here riripi?
Ranzi now graduated from University of London. He graduated from Zambia.
Also, he just did supplementary exams.
He did modules through the University of London's correspondence, and then finished with the
And then
in Zambia.
Otorama credits
Exactly.
akaenda ku Zambia and finished up his degree.
Hapana
Yeah.
problem.
Which is normal.
Timbotumirwa ma-archives
Which year was this now?
tikutumirwa ma-archives evanhu vakagraduata that year. Mamboti which year to which year? Pane munhu atanogona kuti tumira.
Ndati 73 to 74.
Okay, tichatumira. Thank you very much. 73 to 74 anditi University of Zambia.
Yes.
Yes.
Pane mambodhika pama-archives aimbwa kuRhodesia. Yes, thank you very much.
So I can't confirm uti anga aripo here. All I know is that he arrived in Zambia in 1973. So then that means the same year he enrolled to university. I don't know what upper secondary yakhe akaita rini kupi form 5 yakhe yekuZambia ere kana kuti form 6 yakhe yekuZimbabwe, because that time Zambia anga achiguma form 5 then you go to university. So I don't know nema courses akaita ari mujere, I'm not sure. But chandoda kungoti
sorry baba, akasvika kuZambia
1973.
73.
Do you know anything about? Do you know anything about his work in Dumbuchana's office in Zambia?
In Zambia,
yeah.
Dumbuchana had an office. What I can assure, what I can tell you, Mnangagwa kamboshanda ku office ya the late Zambian president Mwanawasa. Mwanawasa had already graduated as a lawyer in Zambia. So I don't know kuti aishanda sa lawyer here kana kuti aishanda sani, I don't know.
But as a student, he's most likely to have worked, if he was already studying law, to also work in a legal office, legal practice. It's possible. I don't think that one is questionable. And to take your credits from other things onto university and end up doing a shorter course is likely. If you're already bringing credits from somewhere else, if a course is 3 years and you've already done some credits, prison, starting, it's most likely that he probably didn't start year 1.
And he only went to Mozambique in 77 when he had arrived in Zambia, deported to Zambia in 73. So I told you from 73 to 77.
And they did study prison, guys. These guys did study in prison.
Yes. And the one thing that you should understand is that Mnangagwa's father and his brothers are in Zambia. So during that time, when he came out of prison, he spent most of his time kumusha kwake. So he could have done some of these things during that time. Because in Zapu, what I still remember is that Jason Ziapapa Moyo refused to accept him, saying, no, we have received an intelligence report that this man has already been condemned, so we can't allow him. Which was the very same reason why Tongokara rejected him when Mugabe invited him in Mozambique. So these are some of the things, but he would, also let me clarify this point. Mnangagwa is a Zimbabwean, is not a Zambian. That is a fact. He was born in Zimbabwe, and his father immigrated to Zambia. What I do not understand is the name Mnangagwa. That's what is maybe, I don't understand that, because Mnangagwa is Isvanda. Most of the years, come again?
What name do you understand him to?
Because most of his family, even in Zambia there, they don't use Mnangagwa, they use Svanda. Varelio Svanda is the brother to Mnangagwa. Majele Svanda in Bulawayo is a brother to Mnangagwa.
Ah, Lala. So now, listening to story that SCT ukhulwa. Mana sizwe, yeah. Utheni ukhulu wakhe umbengu. Umbengu why General ka Lobengula.
That's a
And
lie.
then wasesuka after waphenduka eMashonaland kumbe eTV, right? Khona ngale wayekhuluma ngesindebele and ibizo lakhe yena uMnangagwa lakhe akuso Emerson kumbe uDambutho, ibizo lakhe nguhlupheko. Uyakwazi khonokho mntana?
Hayi lokho kangikwazi. Engikwaziyo ukuthi uMnangagwa sokaranga asomzezulu lindebele abathuthele emberengwa ezibakwe besiyathenga amaploti ngale. Umfowabo sibili ozalwa laye nxa usazi kobulawayo kulo umajele sibandole ebhutshe emakokhoba lapha. Nguye umnewabo kaMnangagwa lona. Uvarelio Sibanda uyise kaVarelio loyise kaMajele loyise kaMnangagwa izelama. Udadewabo omdala nguyozala uSibusiso Moyo, the late general. Ukhona futhi unina omncane kaLokhuzeni kaSibusiso ohlala eZambia khona lakathe uyaphila kazuthi umuntu wafayo. Bonke basebenzisa uSibanda, kakho sebenzisa uMnangagwa.
Ngihlala ngikutshela Macrofu
So
uEmerson bamdala wami uyala. Angakutshela kangaki?
Masita vataramba nandito
I've told these people many times
I cannot pay my lobola to Mnangagwa, no.
Ndichiti bamkuru vangu vairamba.
So uLokhuzeni imaswingo.
Oh, okay, sir.
Imaswingo elikhuluma ngombengwa. Imaswingo even uNyamande wakwakhe emaswingo lapha aphelela khona. So ngafika abantu abaningi emaswingo kuthiwa ngonyamande. Inyamande kaLobengula. Umfowabo wasuka waya ekwakha emaswingo. Ungakhangela kibo kaMnangagwa ezibakwe. Ishurugu yonke liyana induna laphana ngumlotshwa. Uyakuzwisisa khona.
Yeah, I heard this. Ndakanzwa iyo ya mulochwa ndakanga mazita. But pane munhu aitondiudza achiti mulochwa uyu anenge anoona mabuildings is it Gweru Kwekwe or Kadoma something. Ndo zvandakangonzwa but handinganyanya indirenyu mberi.
Yeah. No, I was just trying to answer kuti it is true kuti uLobengula traveled all that area. Waze wabamba i-Encleton Chekutu now. Ungahamba uyefika eMtoko kulabantwana bakoKhumalo. Omunye uke waphuma recently kathesi okamzilikazi. Uyise wakhe wasuka le wakwakhe eMtoko. Banengi abantu khonaphana abesindebeleni. Ungaye uRungwe banengi kakhulu abantu abalezibongo zasindebeleni. Yikho ngihlala nditshela ukuthi ibizo lelo kuthiwa kulabantu othiwa ngamashona akululimi bani in the first place. When you say Mshona, what language are you using? Are you using Sindebele? Are you using Sichona? What language are we using when you say Mshona? You see, ibala lelo ukuthi Mshona lavele eMandebeleni ukuthi ngamachona not Mashona. why kuthiwa ngamachona when amandebela ayebadinga ikakhulu abantu abasemrewa kusehla kusiya iMashonaland yonke nje ekuthiwa iMashonaland namhla amazezulu babecatsha entabeni isikhathi esiningi behlala embalwini zentaba. So bathi amandebele nxa ethi agijima afika duze labo bese bengenile entabeni embalwini.
Bashonile.
Aha, so kuthiwa so kuthiwa abakamrenga esuke eTanganyika le eTanzania yiba bafikela endaweni zenzane osawuthiwa namhla iMashonaland ngamazezulu
bese kusithi fast forward umama umafuyana mhlawumbe angikubopheleli ungakwazisa okay mhlawumbe labanye omama abazala lo baba kaMugabe abantu ababe singabaziyo singakabatshelwa yikho mhlawumbe okwayenza uJoshua Nkomo into abantu abangafuni ukuyilalela nxa sikhuluma nxa selila